Welcome to Microsoft Access Beginner Level 1, a beginner's guide to getting started with Microsoft Access database design, brought to you by AccessLearningZone.com. I am your instructor, Richard Rost. This class is for the beginner who has little or no experience building Microsoft Access databases. This is the introductory course in my Microsoft Access series and is designed to teach you the absolute basics of how to build a database. If you've never used Access before, then you're in the right place. Start with this course. However, even if you've been working with Access for a little while, you will still benefit from taking this course. Even expert or advanced users have emailed me and told me they picked up a few tips or tricks from watching my beginner lessons. Consider this a solid foundation for your Microsoft Access education. The goal for today is to get you up and running building your first Microsoft Access database. We'll begin by learning some terminology, the benefits of using a database, and we'll cover the various components of Microsoft Access. You will learn how to properly plan out your database and determine the different tables, queries, forms, and reports that you'll need. We'll go over the Microsoft Access design interface, see how to create new database files, and I'll show you some of the settings that I like to change for my databases. You will learn how to build your very first table to track customers. You'll learn about the different types of data that you can store in a table, and you'll learn about primary keys. You will learn how to enter data into your table, edit that data, and how to work with records. You'll learn about data sorting and filtering. We'll see how to use different queries to display information from the tables in different ways. You'll construct a form to provide a nice user-friendly interface for working with data on the screen. You'll learn how to generate a couple of different printable reports, including a customer list. And you'll see how to print mailing labels for all of your active customers only. This class is recorded with Microsoft Access as part of a Microsoft 365 subscription. It is roughly equivalent to Access 2019. However, the lessons in this class are also valid for Access 2016 as well. This is the 4th edition of my Microsoft Access course. If you are using an older version of Access, I've got versions available for 2013, 2010, which also covers 2007, and the older 2003. Feel free to contact me for a free copy if you need one of these older versions. Now, this is an introductory course for Microsoft Access, so you don't need any prior knowledge of Access or even databases in general to benefit from this course. However, you should definitely be familiar with Microsoft Windows basics. You should know how to use the keyboard and mouse, start programs, minimize and maximize windows, use scroll bars, and so on. If not, please go to my website and take my free Windows Beginner Level 1 course before continuing. It would also be beneficial if you know a little Microsoft Excel. While this is not required, I've often found that people who know how to work with spreadsheets have an easier time learning how to build databases with Microsoft Access. If you don't know Excel and you're interested in learning about it, I recommend, again, go to my website and find my free Excel Beginner 1 course. You will benefit more if you know how to use Excel before learning Access. My courses are broken up into 4 groups: beginner, expert, advanced, and developer. My beginner courses are for novice users who have little or no experience with Microsoft Access. They're designed to give you an overview of the basic features of Access and to cover just what you need to get up and running. The expert courses are designed for more experienced users who are already comfortable with Access and have finished the beginner courses. The expert classes go into a lot more depth about each topic than the beginner classes, and we cover more functions, features, tips, tricks, and techniques for power users. Once you've mastered the expert classes, move up to the advanced series. You'll learn how to work with events, macros, automation, and many more advanced features that really add enhanced functionality to your databases. Finally, my developer level courses are designed to teach you how to program in Visual Basic for applications. This will allow you to create true professional quality databases and unlock the full potential of Microsoft Access. Each group is divided into different numbered levels, starting with level 1, which is the class you're watching now, Beginner Level 1. Each subsequent level teaches you new and different topics in Microsoft Access, building on the lessons you learned in previous classes. I strongly recommend you don't skip around. Watch the classes in order. When you've finished all the beginner classes, move up to the Expert series, then Advanced, and then finally Developer. Beginner Level 1 is around 4 hours long to give you a good, well-rounded introduction to Access. Levels 2 and beyond are usually between an hour and 90 minutes long each. In addition to my normal Access classes, I also have seminars designed to teach specific topics. Some of my seminars include building a calendar and scheduling database, securing your database for multiple users, working with Access and SQL Server online, working with images, work orders, the SQL language, accounts payable, loan amortization, and lots more. For a complete listing of all of my seminars and templates, visit my website at accesslearningzone.com. If you have any questions regarding the material covered in today's class, just scroll down to the bottom of the page that you're on and post your questions there. Also, make sure to take a minute to read through any other questions that have been posted, as your question may have already been answered. Make sure to click on the subscribe button to get notified by email if any other questions or comments are posted for this class. Also, make sure to visit my Access forum where you can post questions and join in conversations with me and my other Access students. Also, be sure to visit my Tech Help page. This is my sorta, almost daily video podcast about Microsoft Access where I answer questions sent in to me by my students. Now, to get the most out of this course, I recommend you sit back, relax, and watch each lesson completely through once without trying to do anything on your computer. Then replay the lesson from the beginning and follow along with my examples. Actually create the same database that I build in the video step by step. Don't try to apply what you're learning right now to other projects until you've mastered the sample database from class. If you get stuck or don't understand something, watch the video again from the beginning and start over, or check the student forum to see if your issue is listed there. I know sometimes I have to read or see something 2 or 3 times myself before that little light bulb turns on over my head. Most importantly, keep an open mind. Access may seem intimidating when you're first learning it, but once you get the hang of it, you'll see that it's really easy to use. Also, don't try to take on any other monster projects until you've completed the beginner series and at least the first 2 classes from the expert series. I get emails all the time from people who are halfway through their beginner classes and they've already made plans to completely redesign their company database. That's great. I love the enthusiasm. However, I recommend you wait. The beginner classes teach you all of the fundamentals of Access, and the first 2 classes in the Expert series teach you relational database concepts, which is relating multiple tables together. You'll need to know that before building any serious real-world databases like customer contact managers, accounting systems, or things of that nature. So take my advice. I've been teaching Access for over 25 years. Just be patient. You'll get there. For now, if you have a hobby like collecting baseball cards, managing a sports team, tracking your vehicle maintenance, build a database for that. You'll learn more if it's for fun and not for work. Trust me, you'll thank me later. Now, I strongly encourage you to build the database that I build in today's class by following along with the videos. However, if you would like to download a sample copy of my finished database file, you can find it on my website right below the list of video lessons. Sometimes if you get stuck, the easiest way to learn is to tear apart someone else's database. I know because one of the ways that I taught myself Access years ago was by tearing apart the Northwind Traders database that comes with Microsoft Access. It's a great sample database. So while I encourage you to try building the database along with me in the videos, feel free to look over the one that I've built as well. Also be sure to take a look at my blank database template. That's something that I built for people to use as a starter template for building their own databases. It comes complete with a video explaining how I built it. It's all part of my Tech Help series, which is absolutely free. Below the database files, you'll find the links section for other videos and resources. These are optional topics, so you can learn more about anything that I happen to mention in class. Since this is the 4th time I'm recording Access Beginner 1, I've already got tons of more advanced videos I can point you to if you want to learn about something more specific right now. Okay, now let's take a closer look at exactly what's covered in Access Beginner Level 1. In Lesson 1, we're going to learn what Microsoft Access is and what it's used for. You will learn some database terminology, we'll discuss the benefits of a database, and we'll learn about the parts of a Microsoft Access database, including tables, queries, forms, and reports. In Lesson 2, we'll discuss planning your database. What tables do you need? What fields should go in each table? What do you want your forms and reports to look like? In Lesson 3, we're going to get started creating a new blank database. We'll talk about the Access interface. I'll show you how to turn on overlapping windows, which I prefer over the tabbed document interface. And I'll show you what to do if you get that security warning there. In Lesson 4, we're going to begin building our customer table. We'll see how to create a new table. We'll learn about field names and naming conventions. We'll learn about the different data types that are available. And we'll start building the customer table. In Lesson 5, we are continuing designing the customer table. We're going to decide whether or not certain fields need to be text or number, like phone number, for example. Are we going to store that as a text or as number? We'll see the difference between long integers and doubles, why we want to use an ID field, an auto number field, how to move fields around inside the table, saving your table, of course, table naming conventions, and we'll talk about primary keys and indexing. In Lesson 6, we're going to learn about entering data into our tables. We'll see how to type new records in. We'll talk about resizing columns. We'll look at different date time values. I'll show you the zoom window. And we'll discuss what dirty records mean. In Lesson 7, we're continuing with entering data. We're going to enter some more records into our table. I'll show you how to download a sample database from my website so you don't have to type in all those records if you don't want to. We'll talk about the record selectors, how to turn off the delete confirmation warning, saving layout changes, resizing our columns, and moving columns around. In Lesson 8, we're going to learn how to sort and filter our data. We'll learn how to sort a field. We'll learn about text, numeric, and date sorts, and the difference between numeric and alphanumeric sorts. We'll see how to remove a sort. We'll see how to filter our records, both filter by selection and filter with the checkboxes. We'll see how to show blank records, null values. And we'll see how to print preview, and send our table as an email. In Lesson 9, we're going to learn how to build customer queries. We'll see how to add tables to your query, add fields from the table to the query. We'll see how to run the query. Then we'll learn how to sort by multiple fields and add query criteria. In Lesson 10, we're going to build a customer form to present our user with a nice, friendly interface for adding and editing records. We'll see how the quick form builder works. We'll learn about navigation, layout view, deleting records, and the different types of forms in Microsoft Access. In Lesson 11, we're going to learn the right way to build a form using Form Design View. This is a preview of a lesson that I normally used to cover in Level 2. We'll learn about creating a blank new form, setting the record source, adding existing fields from the table to the form, resizing objects, your labels and your text boxes, and changing colors. In Lesson 12, we're going to learn how to make a couple of different customer reports. We're going to build a simple customer report with one customer at a time. Then we'll make a customer list report where we can see all of our customers listed, one per row. Then we'll make some mailing labels, and we'll only send mailing labels to active customers. And we'll learn about different things like paper size, margins, printing, and so on. Now it's time to begin with Lesson 1, What is Microsoft Access? Go ahead and click on the link for Lesson 1 right now. In Lesson 1, we're going to learn what Microsoft Access is and what it's used for. You will learn some database terminology, we'll discuss the benefits of a database, and we'll learn about the parts of a Microsoft Access database, including tables, queries, forms, and reports. Before we get started working with Access today, let's go over some of the basic database terminology. A computer database is a program that lets you store, organize, and manipulate data. Databases are great for storing large amounts of information. You can use a database to organize that information by generating different reports and queries. You can use a database to manipulate the data and actually make changes to it. In the days before computers, data would be stored on paper, usually in ledger books or on index cards. For example, to keep track of your customers, you'd make a series of index cards with one customer per card. You'd have a separate drawer of cards for the products that you sold or the suppliers that you did business with. However, as efficient as this may have seemed at the time, it was very time-consuming to sort through the cards or to search through a large drawer of cards for some particular bit of information. When the first computers came along, the earliest databases were really nothing more than glorified text documents. They were great for storing information, and they certainly made searching and sorting easier. However, they lacked many features we take for granted today, such as the ability to recognize relationships between the different types of data. For example, you could have a list of customers with some basic details, but if you want to look up information on their purchases, you would have to look in a different file. The earliest databases had no way to relate this information together. This creates many problems, including having multiple copies of the same information in different places, such as the customer's name and address. Updating all that information can be a nightmare. Fortunately, Microsoft Access does recognize relationships, and that's one of its strong points, but much more on that later. The next progression was for people to store their data in spreadsheets like Microsoft Excel. Excel is a great tool for storing small amounts of information and for analyzing data, but when it comes to large amounts of information, using Excel can be cumbersome. If you've got more than a few hundred rows of data, you really should be using an Access database. Plus, Excel has the same problem that early databases did. It's not relational. There's no way to link your customers to their orders or products to their suppliers, and so on. In addition, Excel can be difficult for novice users to work with. If you don't know how to use Excel, finding the information that you want can be daunting, whereas with Access, you can build a nice, user-friendly interface for beginners to easily find their way around. Plus, it's much easier to secure an Access database than an Excel spreadsheet to keep people from messing with data they shouldn't be playing with. With an Access data, you can control exactly what people can do in your program. So this brings us finally to the modern database. In my opinion, Microsoft Access is the best desktop database application available. An Access database can store large amounts of data much more efficiently than Microsoft Excel or a simple text document. Access databases are also relatively easy to set up compared to other database platforms. An Access database can recognize relationships between your data. For example, if you keep track of customers and their orders, you can store all of your customer details in one place and all of their order information in another place. Access can relate those two together, so you don't need lots of redundant information copied throughout your database. You don't need to, for example, copy all of the customer's information to each order that he places. The database can track that for you automatically. One of the problems with spreadsheets and older database applications is that you have little or no control over what kinds of information get put into your database fields. With Access, you can specify exactly what types of data the user can type into each field. This will prevent, for example, a number, where the customer's last name should be, or a 4-digit phone number being entered, or a missing zip code. Access gives you strict controls over the structure of your data, and that's a great thing. Yes, it's possible to set up some simple data validation in Excel, but Access is much more powerful. Access is a great tool for you to build databases for other people to work with. You can design a very user-friendly interface so they don't get lost. All of the data entry forms and reports that they need to work with can be presented for them in a nice simple menu. Plus, since you, the developer, control the interface, you can easily secure your database and lock them out of sections they shouldn't see. Sure, there's a little bit of a learning curve to initially get your database set up, but once it's built, you will definitely save time in the long run and increase productivity. Now, Access is a great tool by itself, and I've personally built Access databases that have run very small companies with 2 to 5 employees and fairly large businesses with hundreds of employees. Access can certainly handle a lot of traffic. However, if you do eventually outgrow your Access database, you don't have to lose all of your work. You can upscale your database to a more powerful back-end database server like Microsoft's SQL Server. You simply send all the tables and the data up to the server, and you can keep the interface you've built, the forms, reports, queries, and so on. You get the rapid application development of Microsoft Access and the power of SQL Server behind it. Let's talk about the parts of a Microsoft Access database. An Access database consists of data and the tools to work with that data. What are these tools? An Access database consists of tables, queries, forms, reports, and optionally macros and modules. Tables are used to store data. All of the data in your Access database will be stored in one or more tables. Queries are generally used to organize data. Forms are used to display data on the screen and to edit that data. Reports are for printing out data or formatting information for the printed page. Optionally, for more advanced users, macros are used to automate tasks, and modules give you the full Visual Basic programming language inside your Access database. Now, I have macros and modules grayed out because you can build a fantastic database in Microsoft Access without ever using a macro or writing a line of code. I cover macros and VBA module programming in my developer level classes. But all you really need are tables, queries, forms, and reports. All of the data in your Access database is stored in one or more tables. You can think of a table like a single Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. However, tables give you much more control over the types of data that can be input into them. For example, here you see part of a customer table. Tables are made up of a collection of fields. Each field holds a specific type of data. For example, here I have highlighted the last name field in red. This field should only store the customer's last name and nothing else. In fact, you can specify rules in the database to force fields to contain only certain types of information, like text, numbers, dates, currency values, and so on. Fields are sometimes referred to as columns, just like in an Excel spreadsheet. All of the data concerning one item is stored in a record. Each record consists of the collection of all of the fields of data for that item. In this customer table, for example, each record represents one customer. Here I've highlighted one customer, James Kirk, in red. You can think of a record like a row in an Excel spreadsheet. You might not always be storing customers. A product table, for example, holds information on products, and each record would represent one product. An order table, for example, holds information on each order that's placed, where one record would represent one order. A contact history table, for example, like the one shown here, could store information about each time you talk to your customer. Every phone call, email, etc. will be stored as a separate record. In a timesheet table, for example, each record might represent one instance of an employee clocking in or out. Your tables can store many different types of data, people, places, events, and so on. You should store one type of data per table. Your customer table should hold information on your customers. You wouldn't store product information in your customer table. One of the mistakes that beginners make is they try to store too much information in one table. For example, you wouldn't try to store all of a customer's orders in the customer table. You'd use a second table for that. The data in your tables might not be stored in any particular order. You may have hundreds of thousands of records in your table, and the boss says to you, I want to see a list of only customers from Florida sorted by last name. That's what a query is used for. A query can be used to display data in different ways. You can sort your data or apply criteria to only a few specific fields. Queries can be saved and used later, so you don't have to keep redesigning them, and someone with little access knowledge can run your query simply by double-clicking on it. Queries can also be used to modify data, add records, delete records, or edit records. We'll learn more about these types of queries called action queries in our expert classes. For today, just keep in mind that queries let you view the data in your tables in different ways. Forms are used for viewing and editing data on your screen. Forms allow you to build a nice, user-friendly interface to work with data. Whether you're building a database for just yourself or for other people to work with, forms are a major time saver. You can display information however you want. You can include just the types of data that you want your users to work with. You can combine information from multiple tables, such as displaying a summary of a customer's orders on the customer form. You can secure your fields so users can only modify specific fields and can only see other types of data. You may not want all of your employees pulling up credit card numbers, for example. You can also display calculations on your forms, such as the total number of days an employee missed work. Your forms can also contain drop-down lists called combo boxes, so users can select data. Command buttons allow us to perform tasks such as opening other forms or finding records. In fact, you can turn a form into a main menu for other forms. The benefits of working with forms go on and on, but essentially, you'll build the interface with which users will work with your data out of forms. You never want your end users to work directly with your tables. You'll build them nice, pretty forms they can use to work with the database. Reports are specifically designed to present data to people who are not using your database. You can print a report out. You can send it to someone as an email attachment or as a PDF file. You can use reports to generate all kinds of data: customer information, invoices, product catalogs, mailing labels, charts, and lots more. Anything you want to present to someone else can be designed as a report. A lot of times people interchange the words form and report. In Microsoft Access, they're very specific terms. A form is worked with on the screen, whereas a report is generated to be printed out, or at least saved as a printable document. We don't print out forms, and we generally don't work with reports on the screen. You generate them, then you print them out, or you send them to someone. An Access database can optionally contain macros and or modules. These are more advanced topics that I cover in my developer classes. In a nutshell, macros are generally used to automate repetitive tasks or to carry out simple actions, like opening a form. Modules contain the full Visual Basic programming language and can really take your database to a professional level. The good news is you can build a really great database without ever touching a macro or writing a line of code. So if you don't consider yourself a programmer, don't worry about it. You don't have to know these things to build great Access databases. But on the other hand, they are very easy to learn in my developer classes. In Lesson 2, we'll discuss planning your database. What tables do you need? What fields should go in each table? What do you want your forms and reports to look like? The first thing you should do when planning a new database is to sit down with paper or a whiteboard and try to figure out exactly what you want your database to do. Plan this out in advance. Make a list of all the features that you want included in your database. What kinds of data do you want to store in the database? What do you want the different forms and reports to look like? What other features do you need? Do you want to store customer information? Name and address, for example. Track correspondence with those customers, so every time you talk to them, that's stored in the database. Do you want to generate mailing labels on a regular basis, perhaps to a certain set of customers? Do you want to create quotes and invoices and print those out? Do you want to store order history, keep track of everything your customers have purchased? Do you want to track employee timesheets, clocking them in, clocking them out, calculating the number of hours they've worked in a week, and so on? Do you want to maintain a product inventory so you know how much of each unit you have on the shelf? Do you want basic accounting features, accounts payable, accounts receivable, all that stuff? These are all things you should write down before you even start building your database in Access. You should know exactly what you want the database to do and have a roadmap. Now, once you've figured out what you want your database to do, write down the types of tables you think you'll need. Remember, all of the data in your database will be stored in one or more tables. I like to use index cards, one for each table. If you want to use sheets of paper, that's fine too. You want all of one kind of information in the same table. For example, all the information about your customers go in the customers table. All of the information about the orders they place go in an orders table. You wouldn't put order information in the customer table. And generally, you don't put customer information in the orders table, although there are some exceptions. I'm going to track employees and products in their own separate tables. Employees and products are two completely different things, so they each get their own table. Later on, we're going to learn how to relate these tables together. For example, customers can place orders so they can be related to each other. But they're completely different things. Customers and employees, although they represent people, and you could certainly store them that way if you wanted to, for the purposes of a beginner database, we'll put them in separate tables. You generally get different kinds of information about employees than you would for customers. So for my beginner lessons, I like to separate them. Later on in the more advanced lessons, we can put them together because they're both types of people. We'll just have a category on the person table so we can track which ones are employees and which ones are customers. But that's more advanced. We'll get to that later on. Customers can actually place multiple orders. So you would not want to store order information in the customer table because you wouldn't know how many orders each customer would place. The customer could have one order, could have 500 orders. So that information goes in separate tables. We're going to talk a lot more later on about relating tables together. For now, just remember, each type of information goes in its own separate table. People ask me all the time, well, how do I know what tables to make? How do I know which fields go in with tables? It's just a matter of experience. You've got to see some examples to know the right way to do it. And that's what I'm going to show you. Now that you've got an index card for each table that's going in your database, take each index card, for example, customers, and write down a list of all the fields or types of data that you want to store in that table. Remember, each specific bit of information is considered a field. If we were making an Excel spreadsheet, which more people are familiar with, each field would be a column of data. So for example, my customers table, I've got basic information like first name, last name. You can put middle name and all that stuff in there too if you want that. I've got address, city, state, postal code or zip code if you prefer, phone, fax, if you still use fax numbers. I've got a mailing list field, which indicates whether or not this customer is on my mailing list. You might have people that you don't want to send your newsletter to, for example. Customer sense will be a date field, so I know how long this person has been a customer. I've got their credit limit to store a currency value, right? What's their maximum credit limit? And then finally, I've got their email address and some notes. I put a notes field in just about every table. Now make sure you're as specific as you think you're going to need when setting up your fields. It's easier to put two fields together later, something called concatenation, than it is to try and split them apart. For example, if I just had one field called customer name, and later on I want to send out a mailing that says Dear John, and the customer name field says John Smith, now I've got to figure out how to split that apart into two fields. So do that up front. It's easier to type in John and then in the last name field put in Smith than to try and pull that apart later. Address, for example, is another one. Address, city, state, zip code is usually enough for most of my clients. But I have built databases for companies before that do heavy mailing lists, and they want to split the address field up. You got the number of the building on the street, you've got the street name, like Maine, right? Then you've got the type. Is it a street? Is it a drive? Is it an avenue? Some mailing list companies like to split all that up. Some other companies like address 1 and address 2. Address 2 could be like a suite number. This is completely up to you. Some companies want a zip and a zip plus 4. Again, your decision. Decide that now. Be consistent. Just remember, if you ever think there's a possibility in the future that you're going to want it separated, separate it now. Be as specific as possible, but don't go overboard, of course. Now, one thing you'll notice is that I didn't use any spaces in my field names or my table names. First name, for example, is capital F first, no space, capital N, name. Okay, mailing list, capital M, capital L, no space. In my 20 plus years of building databases, I've discovered that it's much, much easier later on if your field names and your table names and your query names don't have spaces in them. When we start getting into Visual Basic programming and macros and all that stuff, spaces can cause problems. Trust me, don't use spaces. I will explain a lot more about this in future lessons. One thing I want to address right now at the very beginning of the course is something that people comment about all the time in my forums and when they email me. They say that I use the phrase, in a future lesson or in future lessons, we'll do this or I'll teach you about that. It's almost a complaint, like people think I'm intentionally withholding information so I could sell more classes. No, that's not the case at all. But just like the analogy, you have to learn how to walk before you can learn how to run. It's the same with learning how to use computers, or any education for that matter. You can't just jump into calculus without understanding basic arithmetic and algebra. So when I tell you I'll teach you more about proper naming conventions for tables and for fields in future lessons, we'll cover it when we get to it. I can't teach you everything all at once up front. I wish I could. I wish I could just plug your brain into my computer and download all this information right into your head. But it doesn't work that way. So when I say we'll cover it in a future lesson, trust me, that usually means I'm going to give you a little bit of information now just to satisfy your curiosity, but we'll go over the details when it's appropriate. If you really want to learn something, when I say we'll learn about it in a future lesson, I probably already covered it because I've done this course before in earlier versions of Access. So if you really want to learn it, like if I mentioned something about queries, oh yeah, go to my website, search for the topic, and you'll find it. I'm only holding back because I know the proper way to teach this. I've been teaching Access for almost 30 years. So just trust me when I say we'll get to it in a future lesson. Now back to designing our tables. Only put customer information in the customer table. You'll notice I don't have any information about this customer's orders in the customer table. I've seen people try to build databases like this, where in the customer table, they've got order information. Order amount 1, order amount 2, order amount 3, and so on. Where does it end? How many order fields are you going to put in the table? Hopefully, you're going to want your customer to have hundreds of orders, so it doesn't make sense to store that information in the customer table. Right now, this customer is limited to only 3 orders, and that's bad database design. It's a subject called database normalization, which I have whole lessons on, and again, we'll get to that in a future lesson. But for now, just think to yourself, customer table, customer information. Order table, order information. Now, I've eased up my stance on this somewhat. The last time that I did this course was back in 2013. And it's now 2021, so I've eased up on this a little bit for only some things. For example, I used to say if you've got multiple phone numbers or multiple email addresses or multiple physical addresses, put them in a separate table. Now, I'll allow you to have 1, 2, max 3, because I know a lot of people nowadays have multiple email addresses, multiple physical addresses, or a ship-to address, a billing address, and so on. So for beginners, if you want to have 2 phone number fields or 2 address fields, that's okay. If it's ever going to be more than 3, you're going to put it in a separate table. And again, we'll cover that when we get to making multiple tables. But if you want to have a bill to address and a ship to address in the customer table, that's fine. If you want to give the customer the ability to have 3 email addresses, okay, that's fine. 3 is my limit. If you go over that, you really should consider making multiple tables for it. So set up a separate order table to put the order information in. Here I've got an order table, right? An order date, sales rep, that could be an employee, right? The order total, the sales tax collected, whether it was delivered or not, and so on. All the information about each order will go in the orders table. This, of course, is just a simple example for class, but you get the idea. Later on, I will teach you how to link these two things together with IDs. Each customer will be assigned a customer ID, each order will have an order ID, and we'll link them together using that customer ID, right? Each order will have a customer ID associated with it, so we know which customer placed the order. I will spend lots and lots of time on relationships, a very, very important concept in Access. I devote whole lessons to it, and we will get to that eventually. So with this setup, you can have an unlimited number of customers within reason. You can have an unlimited number of orders for each customer. You aren't storing order information in the customer table. That's bad. And you generally don't store customer information, aside from the ID, in the order table, with the exception of maybe a ship-to address. You might want to know where the order was shipped. So if the customer moves, you can still tell that the order was shipped to his old address. We'll talk about all of that when we get to relationships. Now, if this seems at all confusing, don't worry about it. We're actually not going to work with multiple tables and relationships until we get into the expert series. So we've got a lot of learning to do first before we get to that point. For now, I just want you to recognize that different types of information in your database will go into their own tables. For today's class, we're going to focus solely on the customer table, but later on, we'll add other tables like contacts, employees, and eventually orders and products, vendors, and lots more. The next step, after you figure out all the tables that you need, is to get out some paper or a whiteboard and draw out the way you want your forms to look on the screen. Remember, forms are what the user interacts with the database with. Okay, you do all your data entry and lookups using on-screen forms. And yes, for those of you who are curious, these are the original images I drew for my Access 2010 class over 11 years ago. Way back then, I still shipped most of my classes on CD-ROM, and I kept these images as an homage, and also because I didn't feel like making new ones. No, I'm just kidding. Honestly, these images still do the trick. They show you what you need to see, and your sketches don't have to be works of art. They just have to be something simple to guide you as you're building your database. It's easier to build forms if you have a roadmap, a template, that you can see exactly what you want your finished product to look like. Even if you don't know how to do something now, if you don't know how to build what you want in Access, just write down what your brain wants it to look like on paper, and then eventually you'll figure out how to translate that into Access. I'll show you. It's much easier to build a building if you have an architect put together some blueprints, right? Now, as you can see, I'm no artist, but I do sit down and sketch out what I want each of my forms to look like when the database is finished. And whenever I build a database for a customer, I tell them the same thing. Sit down, sketch it out on paper, right? Take a picture of it and send me that so I can see what you want the database to look like, what you want the workflow to be. Here, for example, I've got a main menu on the left with a couple of different buttons on it. Customers, orders, employees. I want to click on that first button, the customer button, have it open up the customer form with all the basic customer information on there, name, address, phone number, and so on. I want to see the customer's contact history below that so I can see the last couple of phone calls, what we talked about. And I want to see the customer's picture over on the right. Now at this point, you might not have any clue how to set this up, but that's what you want it to look like for your business, for your workflow. We'll get there as far as translating all that into Access. It's not that tough. Oh, and one tip, actually 2 tips. Tip number 1, if you are going to use a whiteboard, make sure you take a picture of it with your cell phone camera and save it. I've had people put stuff on whiteboards that were amazing, and then they forgot to save it, and then the cleaning staff came in and it was gone the next day. So trust me, take a picture of your whiteboard. And the second tip is no matter what you see on other websites or read in books, we do not store files inside our database like pictures. We don't store attachments. there's something called an attachment field. If you see other things like books or websites talk about these kinds of things, don't do it. Trust me. You'll thank me later. I'll show you how to properly handle this later on. And here's a hint. If you're curious and you want to see now, post a comment down below in the comments section, and I'll point you to a couple videos I got that cover this kind of stuff. Part of the beauty of having done this course 3 or 4 times over the past 20 years is that by now I've got a lot of these videos already made. I don't have to say in a future lesson. I can actually tell you in this lesson, Expert 14, we will cover this topic. Okay, and I will start doing that, and I'll put helpful links down below the video, okay, in the comment section down there. So you can, if you're curious about something right now, just click on that link and go right to that lesson if you want to. I have thousands of hours of Access training videos on my website. There's very little that I have not covered before. I just redo the beginner lessons every now and then for you new users who have never used Access before. I don't want you to be confused by minor changes in the interface. Okay? Access has been very similar since 2007 with some minor differences that I will cover over the course of the next couple hours. The next step is to gather together all of your printed reports. Or if you don't have them printed right now, sketch something just like you did with your forms. You've probably got paperwork that you're using right now, things that you're printing out from Microsoft Word or Excel, or forms that have been given to you by an insurance company that you work with or a vendor, that kind of stuff. Gather all those things together so you can see what kinds of reports you're going to need to build later on. Here, for example, I've got an accounts receivable printout. That's important at the end of each month, right? I've got an invoice. That's important. I'm going to print that out or email them to my customers. And I've got a set of mailing labels that I need for sending out these invoices, right? Now, an important word about terminology. A lot of people call paperwork forms. All right, here's a form that I want you to fill out for me. Okay, they hand you a clipboard with a piece of paper on it. Fill out this form. Remember, in database terminology, a form is something we're going to use to work with on the screen, whereas a report is something that is generally designed to be printed out or saved as a PDF file, for example, or emailed. All right, but they're generally formatted for printout. Think forms, screen, reports, print. You're going to do all of your work on the screen, looking up data, entering invoices, typing in customer stuff, that kind of stuff, in forms. And when you want to print out an invoice or print out mailing labels, that's going to be reports. Can you go the other way? Can you print out a form? Sure. Can you view a report on the screen? Of course. You can do a print preview and see what it's going to look like. But generally, forms for the screen, reports for printing or emailing. Or if you still happen to be living in 1992, faxing. So get all your current printed paperwork together, put it all in a folder, right? This will make it easy when it comes time to build reports later, so you've got all your stuff in one place. You don't got to go hunting around for all the different reports. Speaking as a contract developer, when I used to build databases full-time for other clients, one of the tough things was that they would say, okay, I want the database to do this and this and this and this, and I'd build them a database that had maybe 10 forms and some menus and whatever. And they'd say, yeah, I need invoicing and I need accounts receivable. Okay, great. I'd put those reports together. Then when the database was all done, they'd be like, well, I need this report and this report and that report, and give me like 20 different reports that they want to generate. And that can sometimes take longer than building the database itself. So definitely take that into consideration when you're building your database, whether it's for you or for your company or if you're building it for someone as a client. Reports can be time consuming, trust me. The bottom line here, folks, is to plan ahead. Don't just get crazy and start jumping into Access and think you're going to build your final company database right now. In fact, one thing I'm going to tell you is while you're learning Access, at least for the next couple of classes, I don't want you to work on your actual company database, your project that you have planned at all. I want you to build the sample examples that I have for you in class. You will learn better. Follow along with me. Build my database. Don't try to apply it to what you're doing, because this is a teaching exercise, and I guarantee you between now and the time you finish the class, you're going to learn all kinds of new stuff, and you're going to scratch what you've built and start over 3 times. I've done it myself. A complex database takes a lot of planning. And you don't want to be almost finished with your database and then realize, oh, I forgot to put this in. So now you got to go back and put it in your table, which means you got to update your queries and add it to all your forms, then add it to the reports. So try to get this stuff on paper as much as you can up front. I know it's impossible to think of everything up front, and yes, you can certainly add things on the fly as you're going, but the more you plan ahead, the more time you will save later. At least figure out all the tables you're going to need, what you want all your forms to look like, all the reports that you need. Don't worry too much about queries. We usually build queries to support a form or to support a report. Okay, we'll talk about queries a little bit later. But tables, the fields in each table, the forms, and the reports that you need, write all that stuff down now before you continue on with the next lesson. Once again, plan ahead now to save a lot of time later. In Lesson 3, we're going to get started creating a new blank database. We'll talk about the Access interface. I'll show you how to turn on overlapping windows, which I prefer over the tabbed document interface. And I'll show you what to do if you get that security warning there. Let's begin by starting up Microsoft Access. I'm using Windows 10, so I'm going to click on my Start button and then find Access. If you can't find it on your menu, just come down here in the search bar and type in Access. And there it is right there. If you're not familiar with basic Windows usage, you should go take my Windows Beginner 1 class. I'm not going to take the time to cover basic Windows stuff in this class. For example, certain things like minimizing and maximizing, closing a window, using the title bar to drag a window around, I'm not going to cover all that. So go take the Windows Beginner 1 class if you're new to using a computer. Now, if you are planning on using Access a lot while you're learning it, and I hope you are, come down here on the Windows taskbar, right-click on the Access logo, and go Pin to Taskbar. That way, even when Access is closed, you'll still be able to open it by clicking right there. Now, when you start Microsoft Access, you're going to see this screen. Unlike other programs in the Microsoft Office suite, like Word and Excel, Access doesn't automatically start you in a blank document. In Excel, you get a blank spreadsheet. In Word, you get a blank Word document. Access is different. You've got to create your own blank database shell to put all your stuff in. All of your tables and queries and forms and reports and later on your macros and your modules, all of that stuff goes in one Access database file. Right here, you'll see where it says New Blank Database. That's what we're going to use. Over to the right here, you see some templates. There's asset tracking, contacts, students, event management. If you click here, you'll see a ton more. Templates are basically databases that someone else has already built for you. If you're looking to get up and running fast and you need a contact database, go ahead, start up the contact template, play with it, see if you like it. That's actually how I learned initially when I was learning Access way back in like 1994. There was a template, just one, that came with Microsoft Access called the Northwind Traders Database. It was your typical company database with contacts and orders and customers and all that. And I tore that thing apart. Between that and a few different books, that's how I taught myself Access. So feel free to play with these templates, experiment with them, have fun with them. You're not going to break anything. But we're here today to learn how to build a database from scratch. So we're going to skip the templates. I do have some other videos where I cover a few of these templates. Go to my website and click on the search bar and type in templates if you're interested in learning more about those. I don't cover them in my normal classes because, well, we're here to learn how to build our own database. Now, I have a Microsoft 365 subscription, which as of right now, it's February 2021. This is roughly equivalent to Access 2019 or 2016 is about exactly the same. With the subscription, you constantly get new updates and new features, so Microsoft's always tweaking little things here and there. The core of Microsoft Access really hasn't changed much since 2007, but there have been minor little adjustments and tweaks and some tiny little changes here and there, and so that stuff can be confusing for beginners. That's why I like to re-record Access Beginner 1, sometimes 2, every few years. But as you get into my more advanced lessons, you'll see Access really is the same thing. The reason why I mention that is, don't hate me if your screen looks a little different from mine, because sometimes Microsoft likes to make little changes. So let's go ahead and click on Blank Database. Now Access wants us to give the database a file name and to pick the location where we want to save it. By default, it will be saved in your Windows User Documents folder. There's mine. You can change it if you want by browsing here. I'm going to leave mine where it is. The file name is database1.accdb. Now, accdb is the Windows file extension. Microsoft actually used to hide that, and I think it's important for you to have them on. So if you have Windows 10 now, the default is you will see that file extension again. If you don't see that there, and you want to know how to turn Windows file extensions on, go to my website and search for Windows file extensions, and you'll find a video that explains how to do it. I'll put a link to down in the description below the video. Now mine says Database 1. That's because this is actually the first database that I'll be building on this brand new machine. I just got a brand new laptop just for you guys. No, I'm just kidding. It's for me, for recording classes. But I haven't made any databases yet, so it says Database 1. We're going to change this, though. We're going to change Database 1 right here to something else. So delete that. Now, in this course, we're going to be building a fictional database for a fictitious company called PC Resale. Basically, they take old computers and they refurbish them and they resell them. When I first did my very first Access class, now we're going back to the 90s, I actually was in the PC business, and you can actually make money reselling computers. Flash forward now to 2021, and you could buy a brand new state-of-the-art laptop for less than $500. So, PC Resale is a fictitious company that hasn't been around since the 90s, but we're still going to build a database for it. So right here for the file name, type in PC Resale. And like I said, build the database with me. Don't try to do your own thing just yet. There will be time for that. Press Enter. So Access has now created a blank database file, and it's trying to get us to build Table 1, our first table. Now, I particularly don't care for this method of building a table. They start you off with an ID field, which we'll talk about in a second, and they want you to add more fields by just clicking here and typing in data. Not the way I like to build tables. I like to define the table first, the structure of the table, then we'll add data to it. Building a table is not like just typing in data into an Excel spreadsheet, so we're going to do it differently. They've switched things around like this to make it easy for new Access users, but I'm going to show you the right way to do it. So let's just close Table 1 right here. It'll go away, and now we're just left sitting at our blank database shell. Real quick tour of the interface. Across the top here is your title bar where you can see the path and file name of your database. If you have a Microsoft account, you'll see the account that you're logged on here. You should have done this when you installed Office. If not, don't worry too much about it. And no, that's not a real email address. That's my username on Microsoft's website. Don't email me there because I won't get it. If you have to email me, go to the contact page on my website. You'll find my email address there. Got your minimize, maximize, close buttons over here. Over on the left-hand side, this is the quick launch toolbars where you can put things like save and undo and other things. I'll show you how to add things. Like I like to add form design and a few other things to the quick launch toolbar. We'll talk about that in a future lesson. Now this thing here is called the ribbon. All right, the ribbon is their big menuing system. Back in the old days before 2007, we just had the simple File, Edit, View menu, and that was what I was used to. Then Microsoft comes around and introduces this ribbon in 2007 and throws everybody for a loop. But I'll be honest, after getting used to it and working with it for the past, 13 years now, I really do like it. It is a vast improvement over older versions of the menuing system. The ribbon is dynamic and will change based on what you're doing. If you click on a picture, you'll see options for pictures, for example. If you're editing a query, the ribbon changes and shows you query design stuff. So it's really cool. Now over to the left here, this is a thing called the navigation pane. This is where all of your objects are going to show up. All of your tables, your queries, your forms, your reports. Here's another database that I built previously. This is my Tech Help free template. You can actually download a copy of this from my website if you want to. It's a free template. I'll put a link to it down in the description below the video. But here you can see all my tables, my queries, my forms, a couple reports, right? There's a main menu. You can open that up, go to the customer list. These are all forms that we work with on our screen, right? Open a customer, open up his orders, print an invoice report. Okay, all kinds of stuff you can do all from inside your database, and all of these objects are stored here in your navigation pane. Now, if you need more space on the screen and you're not designing your database, you're just working with it, you can actually minimize the navigation pane and the ribbon to save some space. This is handy if you got a small monitor, or like me when I'm recording videos, I'm only recording a small window on my screen. So I want to use more screen space. So you can resize the navigation pane right here by just grabbing that border and dragging it. See that? Or you can close it, minimize it basically. Right? Open it back up again with that chevron. You can also minimize the ribbon by just simply clicking on any one of these tab headers up here, like double click on the create and it minimizes. So now you've got plenty more space down here. This is handy when you're working with the database and you want to fit a bunch of forms on the screen, but you're not doing any design work, so you don't need to have these. You can click on these to bring up the menus, and then when you click on something else, it goes away, or you can double click again to leave it open. I'm going to leave it open for class, just so everything is nice and within our reach right here. And the forms and reports we're building in class are going to be nice and small. But I've seen some pretty big databases with some large forms, so if you need more space, that's how you can get it. Now, depending on the size of your access window, your ribbon might look different. For example, if I come over here and if I resize access, notice how the ribbon kind of scrunches up. Okay? And you might have to click on these buttons to open those up. So if my menus look a little bit different from yours, don't panic. Okay? And as with everything in Microsoft Office, there's 5, 6, 10 different ways to do everything. So in addition to double-clicking on the ribbon tabs, for example, you can right-click and go to collapse the ribbon, and that will collapse the ribbon. Okay? I like to find one way that works for me, and that's double-clicking. And then I just stick with that. But yeah, people always say, oh, you can do this too. Yeah, of course you can. There's a million different ways to do everything in Microsoft Office. Down here on the bottom, you got the status bar. Usually it sits there and says ready, but you might also see messages there. If Access is in the middle of processing a large query, for example, it's crunching numbers, you might see calculating. Depending on what you're doing, if you're designing something, you might see design view F6 to switch panes, that kind of stuff. You can actually program in prompts for your user. So if you're building a database for other people to work with and they don't know what a particular field is, for the first name field, for example, you could put a caption in there that says, this is the customer's first name. Obviously, that's a simple one, but if you have something like customer sense, they might not know what that means. You can explain it to them down in the status bar. And of course, Access will also show you error messages. I just did a video this morning for my Tech Help series. The error message is, the record set is not updatable. And lots of people ask me, what does that mean? So I explained it in a video this morning. And of course, down here in the bottom right corner, you'll see different indicators for like the nums lock key and the caps lock key and that kind of stuff. Now, before we actually get into building our first database, there are some interface changes that I want to make. And this is totally my preference, the way that I like to build Access databases. You don't have to make these changes if you don't want to, but if you're going to be learning from me, I strongly recommend that you do. Now, the biggest change that I want to make is that by default, Access puts you in what's called tabbed interface, where every table, every query, every form, every report shows up in different tabs like this, and each tab takes up the full screen. I don't like this. I think it's difficult to work with databases like this. You got this report, you got this form, you got this table. It's hard to work with it like this. I don't like this at all. I don't like the way it looks. I don't like the way it operates. I like my databases to look like this. This is called overlapping forms. When you open multiple objects, they're windows inside of the Access window. All right, here's a form, that's its own window. Here's an order form, that's its own window. If I want to open up a table directly, it's got its own window. They're not big tabs taking up the whole screen. You can have stuff side by side if you want to. I prefer this. This is the original layout that Microsoft Access came with, and I want to return access to this. I don't like the tabs. Now, I used to wait till beginner level 2 to show people how to do this. I'd go through beginner level 1 using the tabs. And over the last couple of years, I've said to myself, why do I do that? Let's just get it over with right up front. Let me show you how to turn on the overlapping windows. So we're going to click on File, and then come down to Options. That brings up the Access Options window. Go to Current Database. Click on Overlapping Windows. Turn off the tab documents. I hate that. And then click OK. Access says you've got to close it and reopen the database for the specified option to take effect. Go ahead and hit OK. Shut down Access. Come on down here to the taskbar. Click on the Access logo. Access starts back up again. Notice right here, there's our PC resale database that we created. Click on that. And now it opens back up. Now, we haven't added any objects yet, so you won't see any changes. But when we create our first table, you'll see a difference. Now, let's talk about this security warning. It says some active content has been disabled. Click for more details. Well, you can click this yellow bar right here for more details if you want to, but I'm going to tell you what you need to know right now. That's what you're here for. Basically, it's possible, although unlikely, but it's possible that a Microsoft Access database could contain a virus or some other malicious code. If you get a database from someone else, don't open it in a trusted folder. And I'm going to teach you what trusted folders are very soon. And don't click on this button here that says Enable Content if you're not 100% absolutely sure that you trust the database. Now, we're building this from scratch as a blank database. So you can trust this database. There's nothing in it. So go ahead and click on Enable Content. Now, from now on, this database file is marked safe. I'm going to show you a little later on how to set up your own safe folder called a trusted folder. We'll get to that. But if someone sends you an Access database file or an Excel spreadsheet or any of that stuff, and that window comes up, that little bar comes up and said this is not trusted, don't enable it if you're not sure. Okay? Because they could do things like delete files off your hard drive and all kinds of crazy things. Now, if you're curious about some of the other customizations that I like to make to my blank databases, I do cover them in my blank database template design video. It's part of my Tech Help series. I'll put a link to it in the description down below if you want to jump ahead and watch some of that stuff. It's essentially how I build this guy. It's a little more advanced, but if you want to get a jump start, go ahead and watch that. I will cover all of this in the series that you're watching right now, my regular Access series of courses. But this template was like a quickie for people who want to get up and running and build stuff fast. And I use the Tech Help free template in all the Tech Help videos that I do, so I don't have to keep starting from scratch. But don't worry, we're going to start slow, and we're going to get to all of that eventually, so just relax. In the next lesson, we're going to start by building our first table, the customer table. In Lesson 4, we're going to begin building our customer table. We'll see how to create a new table. We'll learn about field names and naming conventions. We'll learn about the different data types that are available. And we'll start building the customer table. Now that we know our way around the Access interface, let's build our first table. Now, one thing I'm going to mention, I just switched computers. My other computer was a brand new one that I wanted to use for starting up a blank brand new database to show you what it looks like on a new system. I just switched over to my other computer because this is the one I normally record my classes on, so I just don't want anybody freaking out if you see that the file name up here is different, okay? Everything else is exactly the same. Don't worry about it. Okay, now let's go back to our index cards. Find the card for your customer table. These are all the fields we're going to add to the customer table in our database. First name, last name, address, and so on. Now, Access gives you multiple ways to do pretty much everything. Just like in Word and Excel, there's 5 ways to do pretty much anything you can think of. There are multiple ways to create a new table. Click on the Create tab, and you'll see Table, Table Design, and SharePoint Lists. Don't worry about SharePoint lists. That's for working with online databases. I've got whole seminars and classes for SharePoint stuff. We'll worry about that later. For now, there's Table and Table Design. Now, the first option here, Table, puts you into Datasheet view. Now, this is where Access started us when we first started to create the database. Remember that? Now, Datasheet view lets you type in the data first and then define the tables afterwards, kind of like a spreadsheet. You could type in Joe, tab, Smith, tab, New York, and so on, right? Just like you're working with Excel. Now, personally, I find this backwards when it comes to developing databases. I think one of the strong points of Access is you define the table first. You specify exactly what type of data each field is going to contain. Then you add data to it afterwards. So I don't like this method. I'm going to close this table. And when Access says, do you want to save changes? I'm going to say no. Go away. We don't want that. So we're going to create a table the right way. Click on Create and then Table Design. This puts us right into design mode. Now, Design View lets you specify the field names, like first name, last name, and so on, the data types, text, number, currency, that kind of stuff. And then once you're done defining the table structure, then you can go back and add your data to it. It's better to build the structure first, then add the data. One of the problems with Excel, for example, is anybody can come in here and just type in anything they want, wherever they want, right? Put Joe there, put Smith over here, right? I mean, yeah, you can set up some kind of basic validation and some structure in here, but an Access database is what you want to use to make your users conform to the style and the types of data that you want them to be typing in to each field. Sometimes you want a random notepad to be able to come over here and type stuff in, okay? I get it. Excel has its purposes, but Access is what you want to use for structured data entry. With Access, you force your users to type in the data types that you want. They can't type in text, for example, in a currency field. If you want a date, Access makes sure they give you a date. Now, when constructing a table, there's two types of information that you have to have, and an optional third one. You have to have the field name, the data type, and optionally a description. The field name describes the kind of information that you're storing. First name, last name, address, city, state, all that. Those are field names. Then the data type describes what kind of information that field is going to hold. Text, number, currency, date, and lots more. If you make the data type a number field, then the user can't type something like blue in there. All right? They have to put a number in. And later on, we'll get to something called validation rules, where you can say it's got to be a number between 10 and 100. And finally, you can type in an optional description if you want to. This is usually to explain what an ambiguous field might be to a user who doesn't know your database. For example, you might have a field called is active. And you know that means it's an active customer, they buy from you regularly, they're on your mailing list, that kind of stuff. Someone else, a new employee, might look at that field and go, what does that mean? This guy likes to exercise, he's active, right? So that can tell the user in the description field what that means. And if you type in something in the description field, it will show up down in the status bar when they're entering data in. So let's start by putting in our first field. Come right over here, and in the field name column, type in first name. No spaces, capital F, capital N, and then press Tab. Now remember, this is just my personal naming convention, but if you're going to be learning from me, I strongly suggest you follow it too. It's good. I've been doing this for almost 30 years now, and it works. I don't like to put spaces in my field names, my table names, my query names, my form names, okay? Trust me, when you get into more advanced stuff, macros and modules and VBA programming, you're going to thank me. So this is what I usually do. I do capital first, no space, capital N, name, right? Nice and easy. Very popular with Visual Basic programmers. Now, if you already have been building Access databases for a little while and you've got some spaces in your field names, that's okay. You can still work with them. Access will allow it. But now, you've got to remember to put square brackets around your field names if you use them in queries, Visual Basic, SQL. Okay? Once you start getting into more advanced stuff, you're going to thank me and wish you didn't have spaces in your field names or your table names. In fact, if you are just getting started and you've got some other databases that you've been working on that have spaces in them, you might want to go back now and get rid of those spaces. Trust me. Now, Access is not case sensitive. So all lowercase first name, all uppercase first name, Access doesn't care. All lowercase or all uppercase, it's okay. It's a little more difficult to read, especially when you get into programming. And if you do decide to get into the more advanced stuff like the VB programming, if you have mixed cases in your field names and your variable names and stuff, if you type them in all lowercase, Access will capitalize them for you. And that's a quick way that you can see that you type something in wrong. That's a trick that I'll get into in my developer classes. So trust me, type in your variable names like this, your field names. Okay? You'll thank me later. You might see some programmers, some databases use the underscore. That's perfectly fine too. I used to be a C programmer years ago, and in C, that's how you do all your variable declarations, right? First underscore name. That's okay. Again, I like my method better. You can use a hyphen in your field name if you really want to, but again, I don't recommend it. I don't recommend using any non-letter or number characters in your table names or field names. That can be confused with subtraction sometimes. So again, stick to that. Trust me. Just try to keep it to letters and numbers. Don't use question marks. Don't use dashes. Okay? You may see some other developers or book authors use this kind of notation. This is called Hungarian notation. It's basically the first name field with a prefix on the front to tell you what kind of information first name is, if it's text, for example. I personally don't bother with this because most of my field names are self-explanatory. I usually know that first name, last name, those are text values, right? Credit limit's a currency amount. Number of children's a numeric value. If you're working in large teams of developers, you might want to do that. But generally, sole developers, I don't ever bother. And like I said, I've been building Access databases for almost 30 years, and my naming convention works pretty good. The important thing is to maintain consistency. Stick with one style of naming your fields and your tables and such. There are some reserved words that Access has that you should avoid using for your field names. For example, name, date, left, picture. Those are all either property names or function names. Don't make a field called name, for example. Use first name or last name. Don't have an order date be just date. Okay, date has special meaning in Access. I've got a page on my website with all of the reserved words on it. I'll put a link in the description down below the video if you want to check that out. There's a lot of them, so I'm not going to put them here in the video, but go check that page out. You'll see the big long list. Usually, if you try to keep your field names compound, like more than one word, like first name, order, date, you're safe. You're okay. Right? Use profile, picture, or left, junction, or something like that. Try to be as descriptive as you can without going overboard. Usually 2 words works perfectly for a field name or a table name. Okay, so I put in my field name, first name. Now I'm over in the data type column. The default option for the data type is short text. If you drop down this combo box, you'll see the complete list of all of the data types available in Access. The first data type is short text. It's the most popular one. You're going to use it most of the time. Short text includes pretty much all of the printable characters on the keyboard. A through Z, upper lowercase, 0 through 9, exclamation point, ampersand, all that stuff. These can be anywhere from 1 to 255 characters long. So you can use a short text field to store most types of data. Names, addresses, all that stuff. If you happen to be using an older version of Access from 2010 or earlier, this used to be called just text. They used to have text and memo, and they changed it in 2013 to short text and long text. So if you hear me refer to something as a text field, I mean short text. And if I say memo, I mean long text. What is long text, you ask? Well, good question. Short text fields can only be up to 255 characters long. Long text fields can be 65,000 plus characters long. You can store a lot of information in a long text field. Long text fields also support formatting, so you can have rich text with colors and bold, italics, all that stuff. In fact, in some of our later lessons, we're going to see how to make a letter writer, where we can actually type up a letter just like you would in Microsoft Word, but it's all stored inside the database. Then you can hit print, print it out, and it looks just like a Word document. That will be using formatted long text. Now, long text fields used to be called memo fields in the older versions of Access, so if you hear me say a memo field, I'm talking about long text. Now, at this point, a lot of people ask me, why not just use long text for everything if it's so much better? Well, short text has some benefits. In fact, I made a 15-minute video that I put on my website and on YouTube that just goes over the differences between short text and long text and why you'd want to use each one. So if you're really curious, I'll put a link to that video down below in the description field. See, this is why it's really nice that I've been doing this for so many years, because I've got videos to explain all kinds of other stuff, and I can point you in that direction if you want to know right now. instead of saying, we'll cover it in a future class. I've already covered it. Go watch that video if you really want to know. The bottom line is, if it's a normal bit of information, like a name, an address, a social security number, something like that, a small bit of information, use a short text field. If you don't know how much information you're going to be typing in, you could be typing in lots and lots of notes, use long text. Why specifically? Go see that video. If you're going to be typing in directions to get to a customer's house, or information about a service call, or like I said before, the letter writer, use long text. Everything else, short text. Short text fields are much, much more efficient when it comes to searching and sorting. If you have a big long list of customers, for example, and you want to sort them by last name, short text is much more efficient. Next, you'll see there are number type fields. All right, you got your text, short text, long text. Next, we got numbers. And there's a whole bunch of different kinds of numbers, but there are two that we're going to focus on for beginners. There's long integers and doubles. We're going to use long integers for any kind of a counting number. 1, 2, 3, 0, negative 16, okay? Integer type numbers. Doubles are what we're going to use to store floating point numbers, anything with a decimal. How many gallons of gas did you put in your car? 10.5, that's 10.5. We're going to put it in a double. How many children do you have? 5, that's a long integer, okay? Two types of numbers I want you to focus on. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of other ones. There's byte, there's integer, there's single, there's decimal. Don't worry about all those for now. In future classes, I'll go over all the little nuances between them. But for right now, long integers for counting numbers, integers basically, doubles for floating points. Now, one thing to take into consideration when you're planning your database is, should the field be a number or text? My rule of thumb is, if you're ever going to perform calculations on it, use a number. If not, store it as text. Text is much easier to work with. For example, social security number. Okay, for us in the United States here. Store it as text. Yes, it says number, and yes, it's always numeric, but it's easier to work with as text. You're never going to be adding up a column of social security numbers. You're never going to be finding the average of a bunch of social security numbers, right? And sometimes they start with 0, so we don't have to want to deal with that 0 falling off. Store it as text. Zip codes. Yeah, they're all numbers. Store them as text. They're easier to work with. You're not going to be figuring out the largest zip code or the average of a bunch of zip codes, right? Store it as text. Keep in mind that if you're working with old school systems, right, old databases, people using paper systems, they might have something called a part number, but it's not a number. The part number might be PT463G. That's not a number. That's text. All right, so keep that in mind. Access has something called a date-time field. A date-time field can store a date or a time or both. So you can store just a date, January 1st, 1980, or just a time, 4:55 p.m., or both at the same time, January 1st, 1980 at 4:55 p.m. You can be as specific as you want. Access has a special kind of numeric value called currency. Use currency fields for dealing with money. Currency is a special type of floating point number that's optimized for dealing with currency. Okay, so use currency values for money. I'll explain the specifics a little bit later. One nice thing about currency is it will observe the regional settings on your computer. So if you're in a different country, I'm here in the United States. All right, if you're in Europe, it'll use euros, for example, okay, or whatever your country's currency is. Next up, we have the yes-no data type. Also true, false, on, off. These are called Boolean values, right? Yes or no. Next, we have a very important data type called auto number. I make sure there's an auto number in pretty much every table that I build. Auto numbers are going to start at 1, and then every time you add another record, it's going to increment that number. So each record has a unique identifier. Customer 1, customer 2, customer 3. No one's got the same auto number. Later on, when we create relationships between our multiple tables, this is how we will track which customer belongs to an order, for example, because we'll store the customer ID in the order table. Access maintains these numbers for you. You don't have to worry about them. You don't even have to see them if you don't want to. They're stored in the table, and they're used internally for Microsoft Access to make relationships. Now, I sometimes get into arguments with other developers who don't like auto numbers. I put a whole huge video together on why I like auto numbers. If you care, I'll put a link down in the description below the video. Go watch it if you want to. It's a good reasons why I like to use auto numbers in almost every one of my tables. Next up are two data types that I try to recommend people don't use. OLE object stands for object linking and embedding. These are pictures, documents, videos, anything you can copy and paste, you can store in an OLE object. You can copy a whole Word document or an Excel spreadsheet or a PDF file, and you could paste it into a table inside your Access database. Just like the attachment data type, you could take whole files and save them inside your database. The problem with these two methods, with these two data types, is that they make your database big and bloated and slow, and it doesn't work right if you got lots of attachments inside of it. So yes, I am going to show you eventually how to use both of these because they do have their place. I'm not saying they're 100% evil, but I'm also going to show you better ways to manage working with files and pictures than using these two data types. People always ask me, that's why I'm mentioning them, but we'll get to these eventually. Next up, you'll see the hyperlink data type. This is good for storing web pages and email addresses because if you click on it, it will load up your web browser or your email program. Personally, I like hyperlinks for storing web addresses. I don't like hyperlinks for storing email addresses. For web pages, it's nice because you can click on the web link and it loads up your web browser. For email addresses, it gets hard working with email addresses. I'd rather store them as short text, and I will show you a way in the more advanced classes on how we can send an email from Access. Don't use the hyperlink data type for email addresses, and we'll talk about this when we get to email. Next up is the calculated field type. I don't like storing calculations in my tables. As a general rule of thumb, if you have to do a calculation, do it in a query. There are some exceptions, and I will talk about this in a future class. Remember, we had this conversation earlier, okay? But if you see calculated field types, don't use them, okay? Trust me. Microsoft added the calculated field type to tables to make it easier for beginner users to do calculations like sale price minus unit cost equals profit. But that's more properly and better done in a query. Calculated fields can cause trouble later on. Next up, you'll see the lookup wizard. Lookup wizard is an evil wizard, right? Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Well, the lookup wizard is a bad witch. Don't use them. What is the lookup wizard? Well, again, Microsoft wanted to give beginner users the ability to look up a value from a list. Okay, you want to pick a state from a list of states, New York, Pennsylvania, Texas, whatever. Okay, put it in the lookup wizard, and that goes right in your table. But it violates the normal database rules of normalization. You don't want to use them. Trust me, when you get into anything but the most basic of databases, lookup wizards are a nightmare to work with. Please don't use them. And if you have them in your existing databases, get rid of them. I'll show you how to get rid of them when we get into the expert classes, when we start working with relational combo boxes. If you're a new Access user, if this is your first time using Access, trust me, don't use the lookup wizards. Okay, so now that we've gotten a basic overview of all the different types of data types, the types of data types, say that 10 times fast. Which one do you think works best for first name? That's going to be text, right? Short text or long text? I don't know too many first names that are longer than 255 characters. So, short text. All right, and then we'll hit tab. Now, if you want to type in a description, you can. Personally, I almost never use descriptions. Very, very rarely, okay? If I know I'm building a database for someone who has no computer skill and the field name is confusing, then maybe I'll put a description in there. But I almost never do. Unless I'm building a really complicated table for myself later on and I want to remind myself what this field is for, then sometimes I'll use that. But generally, no. So just hit tab. If you decide you want them later, you can always come back and put them in later. If you're working in a team with other developers or multiple people in your office that are designing the database, you may want to rely on the description fields a little more to explain to your teammates what some of these fields are. One of the most difficult things as a database consultant myself to work with is when I get a database from a client and they want me to fix it or add something to it, and I have no idea what some of their field names are. So the description can help me sometimes to understand what they've done, but I find that most people don't use them anyway, so it's like I have to call them up and say, hey, what does this field mean? Okay, next field, last name. Remember, no space, capital N, short text, tab, tab, done. Nice and quick once you get the hang of it, right? Now, do you want middle name, middle initial, prefix, suffix, title, all that stuff? That's completely up to you. That's one of the benefits of building your own database with Access, is you can decide what's important and what's not important for your database. I built databases for customers where they really only wanted one field name for the customer's name because it wasn't important. And I built databases for mailing list customers where they wanted everything. Prefix, suffix, title, middle name, all that stuff. Okay? You decide. One of the nice things about the short text field is that you can specify a limit on the size. Down here where you see field size 255, by default they start off at 255 characters. That's the biggest possible. If you want to limit that to only one character or 5 characters for a zip code, for example, you can change that and make it smaller. We'll talk more about field sizes a little bit later on. You can't do that with a long text field. People can type in as much as they want. So for the purposes of class, I'm going to go with just first name and last name, which honestly is all I use in my database. All right, my company database, I just got first name and last name. I don't care about all the rest of it. Honestly, I really only care about first name and email address. It's an internet business, right? I call people by their first name when I'm addressing them in an email. Last name, need it for credit card validation, but that's about it. How about the customer's address? And that's a short text field as well. Now, I personally have always been happy with just one address field. A lot of my clients like 2, address 1, address 2. They like to put the suite number or apartment number in the address 2 field. That's fine. If that's what you want, build it that way. You can put line breaks inside of a short text field. So you can type in part of the address, hit the line break, shift enter or control enter, and it will give you a second line in the address field if you want that. And I've had customers who have wanted to break the address field up into the number on the street name, the type, whether it's a drive, an avenue. So again, the benefit of building it in Access is you can make it as specific as you want to. For me, just address. Let's finish this up with city, state, and zip. If you're in a different country, you might want to use postal code or whatever you have for your region. I'm in the United States, so I'm going to use U.S. addresses here. If you do business internationally, you might want to add country. That's fine. If you're in Canada, change state to province, whatever you want to call it. And what I do for country is most of my customers are here in the United States, but I've got customers in pretty much every country of the world. But I'll leave country blank for U.S. customers. That's just how I do it. You obviously would probably want to make your country blank for your home country. Now, so far, we've only used text data types. In the next lesson, we're going to add some additional fields to this table, and we're going to start talking about some of the other data types. In Lesson 5, we are continuing designing the customer table. We're going to decide whether or not certain fields need to be text or number, like phone number, for example. Are we going to store that as a text or as number? We'll see the difference between long integers and doubles, why we want to use an ID field, an auto number field, how to move fields around inside the table, saving your table, of course, table naming conventions, and we'll talk about primary keys and indexing. Continuing on with our customer table, everything we've added so far has been a text field, specifically a short text field. Let's add some other stuff that's not text. I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. You can add a whole bunch of stuff to one table. You can have lots and lots of fields. Now, I've seen people send me databases with 100 fields in them. You shouldn't have to go that much. If you start getting over like 50, 60 fields, then you might want to start thinking about breaking that down into multiple tables. And we'll cover that more when we get into future classes. But don't try to put too much stuff in one table. I would say, speaking from experience, most tables that I've built have somewhere between 10 and 20 fields in them. You start getting up over 100 fields, and you really want to start considering a second table. We'll talk a lot more about multiple tables working together with relationships in Access Expert Level 1. I'll put a link to that down below if you want to learn how to do it now. The upward limit, the maximum limit, is 255 fields in a table, but you should never get anywhere near that close. Let's put in this customer's website. That'll be a hyperlink field. Like I said before, if you want to capture their email, make that short text. Okay, trust me on that one. How about the person's phone number? All right, phone. Now, you'd think you'd want to use a number for this, but I'm going to go with short text. Remember the way you tell the difference, right? Are you ever going to be adding up a column of phone numbers or calculating the average phone number? No. So store it as text. Now, if you want to do home phone, work phone, cell phone, I'll allow it. Generally, I say if you got multiple bits of information, store them in a second table. But if it's just 2, 3 at the most, you could do home phone, work phone, cell phone. All right, billing address, shipping address, that's fine. For class, we're just going to store the one phone number. Since I actually made a slide for this when I did the Access 2013 version, I'll put it here for you too. Calculations, right? Need to find the sum or an average, use a number. Otherwise, use text. All right, drive that point home. Ever going to add 2 phone numbers together? No. Store it as text. Do you ever think you're going to want to find the customer with the greatest number of children? Yeah, you might. Or the average number of children for all of your customers if you sell, let's say, kids' clothes. Okay, those are fields that you might want to store as numbers. Another thing to take into consideration is the sort order. Now, numbers obviously are sorted numerically, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and so on. That's numerically. That's a numeric sort. Text values are sorted alphanumerically, and they're sorted by the character placement. So, for example, all the text fields that start with 1 will come before all of the text fields that start with 2. So it's going to go 1, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then after all those, then you're going to get 2, 20, 25. Okay? So it's a totally different sort whether you've got it based on numbers or text. That's why if you're doing like a lot of mailings, for example, you might want to split out the house number from the street name. Okay? Because that way you can sort all the stuff on the same street together and then put them in order based on the street number, which should roughly put them in the order for delivery, for example. If you store them together, right, 1 Main Street will come right next to 1 Park Avenue. So that's something to take into consideration when you're figuring out what fields to put in your database. Here's another one, leading zeros. All right, some things that are called numbers, like Social Security number, even though it's a number, we're going to store it as text. Right, that leading 0 is important. Yes, you could store it as a number and still display it with a leading 0, like the zip code, for example. It's a 5-digit number. All right, but we want to always have that leading 0 there. It's just easier to deal with it as text, trust me. Plus, if you're dealing with Canada or some other countries that have a postal code that accepts letters as well, then you could still use your zip code field for those countries. And as a preview, we're going to store only the characters, not those dashes, because you can format the number however you want to. Another thing to consider, is it always a number? Right? If you got a phone number field stored as a number, and once in a while you might get something thrown at you that's got letters in it, like 1-800-DRUIDIA, right? Or 1-800-FLOWERS, or someone gives you... I remember back in the day, my grandma used to have a phone number that they still use letters in the phone numbers. All right, you don't really see that often anymore unless it's a business number, like an 800 number, but it could still happen. Next, how about the company name? And that'll also be short text. Let's say PC Resale does a lot of business with companies, right? A lot of business-to-business business. Now, I'd like to keep that company name up with the person's name. So how do I move these fields around? Well, it doesn't really matter internally as far as Access is concerned, but you can move these fields up and down. Watch this. Click right there. That'll select that row. Let your mouse go. Take your finger off the button. Right? Now, click on that same spot and then drag it up. See how that line's moving right there? Drag it wherever you want it and drop it, like, let's say, right there. All right, see that? Like zip code, for example. Click on it. Click, drag, drop. See? I didn't want to do that, though, so let's put it back where it was. Okay, see how easy that is to move these things around? First name, last name, company name. Okay, let's come back down here. Let's say at each company, I want to know how many employees they have for marketing purposes, right? How many people you got there? That way I know that if it's a bigger company, they're more likely to buy more computers. Now, I like to start my number fields off with the word num, with the prefix num, N-U-M, so num employee. And I like to keep everything singular. I know it seems kind of weird, but that's just my own personal preference. In fact, if you watch the last version of this class that I did, I was calling this num employees. But since then, that was 2013. So in the past 8 years, I've really come to make sure that I keep all of my field names singular because it bites me. it hurts me a lot. Like on my website, I've got a table called comments T, plural. And every time I'm coding for it, I'm like, okay, look up this from the comment table. And I'm wrong because it's plural in the table. So I'll try to keep everything singular. All right, trust me. Okay, now num employee is going to be a number field. If you put in just employee, well, what is that? The employee ID, the employees, I don't know. Num employee tells me, oh, okay, yeah, number of employees this company has. That makes a little more sense. And I don't want to type out number of every time. So for me, again, this is just one of my naming conventions, num employee. If you're making a database based on family information, you might have num children, for example. Now, this is going to be a number field because I might want to run a query later that says, show me a list of all my customers with more than 50 employees. Or sort this list of customers, everybody from New York with more than 20 employees. All right, sorted by the employee number. Okay? I might say, add up all of the employees that my customers from Pennsylvania have. What's the total number? Now, on the number field down below here, it says field size long integer. Click in there and then drop this box down. You'll see all the different types of numbers that are available. Remember what I said earlier. For now, we're only going to worry about long integers and doubles. That's it. Long integer for counting numbers, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the negatives. Doubles for anything that has a floating point, a decimal. In my more advanced classes, I'll talk about the differences between these number types. For example, integer and long integer, what's the difference? Integers are smaller, okay? They only go up to 32,000 some odd as far as their value goes, okay? Long integers go up to in the billions, okay? However, integers are also smaller as far as the amount of room they take up in the computer's memory. So if you've got lots and lots and lots and lots of numbers, you might want to use an integer. If it's something like, for example, number of employees, you might not have a company that's got 1 billion employees. All right, long integer works, but it takes up more space. These are considerations to worry about later on when you become a database expert. Okay, for now, just think integers for counting numbers, doubles for decimals. Okay, that's all I want you to worry about at this point. What is something you'd use a double for? How about discount rate? All right, that'll be a number of type double because you could put 5.5% in there. In fact, if you look under format, you'll find percent. We'll talk about format. I want to say in a future lesson, but coming up pretty soon. Next, I want to keep track of how long each customer has been a customer, right? And give rewards to people who've been with me for a year, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. I just recently started doing this on my website. I put badges up there. You get a 5-year badge, a 10-year badge. All right, how long you've been a customer. So let's put a field in here, customer since. All right, and that's going to be the date you first became a customer. So let's make that a date time field. Remember, a date time field stores date or time or both together. Let's keep track of each customer's credit limit, how much money they can spend with us. It's a money value. What does that mean? Currency. Currency is a special type of number field that is optimized for storing currency values. And it will use whatever regional settings you've got going on. So if you're in the United States, you get dollars. Okay. Earlier, I mentioned a field called is active. Now, don't put a question mark on the end of it. Remember, only letters and numbers go in here. Okay? This is going to be a yes/no field. Yes or no value. What does that mean, right? Will show up in lists. All right, on mailing list. Okay? Explain what a possibly ambiguous field means by putting something over here in the description field. If you want, you don't have to. Now, pretty much every table I put a notes field in. Pretty much. Almost everyone. That's going to be long text, formerly known as memo. If you hear me talk about something being a memo field, it's a long text field. Pretty much everything I can think of, like customers, orders, products, vendors, all that stuff. You might want to throw some notes in there to explain something about this particular customer. All right, so I put a notes field in just about every table. They won't waste space. A notes field won't use any space unless you put data in there. So it doesn't hurt at all to have a notes field in every table. Now we're going to skip some of these data types for now, like date time extended. That's new. We're going to skip large number. We're going to skip OLE objects and attachments and calculations and lookup wizards and all these things. We'll get to these later on. Some of these I don't use at all, but I'm going to show you how to use them in case you want to. But for now, I think we're just about good with the number of fields we've got in here. Now there is still one bit of information, and it's one of the most important bits of information that we are missing from our table. Can anyone think of what that is? Raise your hand. I swear I'll see it. I'm just kidding. We're missing a way to uniquely identify each customer. Remember, every customer should have their own ID, right? So that we know that this John Smith is different from that John Smith. So we're going to add a customer ID field to this table. And what are we going to make it? We're going to make it an auto number. All right, right there, auto number. Very important. Now, personally, I like to keep my ID fields up at the top of the table. So I'm going to select that row, let it go, then click and drag and put it at the top. That's just a personal preference, a style, if you will. I keep all of my IDs at the tops of the tables. Auto numbers will start at 1, and Access will keep counting up for you. So the next customer is 2, and 3, and 4, and so on. If you delete someone, like customer 3, that number's gone. Okay? But you don't have to worry about those numbers. Don't use those numbers for anything in real life. Okay? I've recorded whole videos on why you shouldn't rely on auto numbers for real world things. For example, if you're a new company starting out and you make someone an invoice and they see on the invoice that their customer number is 7. Now they know you only have 6 other customers. All right, so those are the numbers that we don't want our customers to see. Auto numbers are purely for Access to use internally. You don't use them for things in the real world. Okay? If you want to have a separate customer code like P3642, that's up to you. And again, I've got whole videos on how to set that kind of stuff up. I'll put a link down below in the links section for my customer code video. Okay, it's a little more advanced, but it shows you how to set up a second field that you can use if you want to give the customer a customer ID, but don't show them the actual customer ID. Pretty much every table that I build is going to have an auto number in it. And again, I've gotten into some arguments with some other developers. I recorded a whole video on why you should use auto numbers. Right? Products will have a product ID, vendors will have a vendor ID, employees will have an employee ID. These auto numbers are used by Access internally to make sure that you have unique records and to create relationships, right? For our customers to orders, for example. Which customer does this order belong to? Well, you look up the customer ID. Okay? I'm going to keep repeating this information because I want your brain to start thinking about auto numbers to make relationships. All right? It's going to be a little while before we get to relationships, but just be thinking about it. The other fields in this table really aren't good for uniquely identifying people. You might have 100 Johns. You might have 6 John Smiths. You could have 3 John Smiths from New York. I've seen some companies use phone number. You could have 2 people with the same phone number. It happens. Not only do you have people that share the same phone number at home, but you get phone numbers that get reassigned, right? Someone moves out of the area and someone else gets their phone number. So an ID field makes it so that internally in the database, you know that this customer is this customer. It can't possibly be someone else. If you've got an old paper system, and I know a lot of you do, you're upgrading from either an old database or you're using Excel spreadsheets or even you're on index cards still, you might have customer codes or some kind of a product ID that you're currently using. That's fine. You can just make another field for that, but still add the auto number for Access. Trust me. Auto numbers will never get reused in the system. So if you get 100 customers and you delete customer 62, that 62 will never be reused again. And that's a good thing because you wouldn't want customer 62 to have related records in the database and then they get reassigned to the new 62. Okay? And one of the things that I like to teach is we don't delete records. We just mark them inactive. That's one of the reasons why we have this is active field. If someone, let's say, dies or moves out of the area, all right, don't delete their record. Okay? Just mark them inactive. Then they won't show up on your lists anymore. And we'll talk about this as we go along. Again, if you want to learn more about that, I've got a whole video that I recorded about not deleting records. I'll put a link to that down below too. Okay, now nothing that we've done so far has actually been saved to our database. So let's save this table so we don't lose all of our work. Now right up here in the quick toolbar, you'll see the little floppy disk icon. Remember floppy disks? Who's old enough to remember those, right? So you can click on that floppy disk, or you can see the little tooltip pops up, Control S. That's what I use, Control S for save. It's the same as in Excel and in Word and in pretty much every other program you can think of. Control S to save. It's going to ask you for a table name. What are we going to call this table? Well, what kind of stuff we got in here? Customers, right? So customer, singular, customer, T. I like to end all of my tables in the letter T. All my queries will be Q, all my forms will be F, all my reports will be R. Okay, don't worry about macros and modules. Why? I have good reasons. And a lot of my reasons for things that I do in the beginner classes have to do with when you get to the advanced classes, when we start doing things like SQL and building advanced queries and some Visual Basic. If you know up front that it's a table, you can do things differently versus if it's a query. Okay, so just trust me. Benefit from my 27 plus years of experience teaching Access. All right, and all your tables in a T. You might see some people do this. They might do TBL customer. All right, that's fine too. I just like my way better. All right, so customer T is how I'm going to be doing it. If you're going to be taking my classes, do it the way I do it. All right, things will go easier for you. All right, hit OK. Now, you get this thing up. There is no primary key defined. Although a primary key isn't required, it's highly recommended. A table must have a primary key for you to define a relationship between this table and other tables in the database. Do you want to create a primary key now? Yes, no, or cancel. Now, primary keys are important. A primary key is that one field that uniquely identifies each record. Now, we did add an auto number, so we created the field already that we need to use for our primary key. Okay, we just forgot to tell Access, hey, this is my primary key. There's a button right there that you can click to make that your primary key. The reason why I did it like this, okay, is because personally, I've been using Access for almost 30 years. I always forget to do that. I never remember to click on that primary key button. So I wanted to show you the way that I do it, because you're going to do it the same way, and then you're going to get this thing popping up in your face and be like, what? What's the primary key? Oh, okay, I forgot to click the button. Trust me, it'll happen, okay? So I just save the table, and then when this pops up, I go, yeah, okay. Now, if Access sees an auto number, it will use the auto number as the primary key, because you should make all of your tables have a primary key that's an auto number. That's just my rule for good database design. If Access does not see an auto number in your table, it will add one for you and call it ID. Okay, but try to get in the habit of remembering to add a ID field for each of your tables. What exactly happens is when you make something a primary key, okay, Access will index it, no duplicates. We'll talk about what an indexing is later on. It's very important. It speeds up searches and sorts a lot in your database. Okay, no duplicates means you can't have two of the same thing. Now you can index other fields. You can index something like phone number if you want to make sure that no two customers have the same phone number. That's certainly possible. Okay? You would not want to index something like last name, because then you could only have one person with the last name Smith. That's bad. That's where you can go indexed, yes, duplicates, okay. And we'll talk about indexing. I got a whole separate lesson on indexing. But for now, just keep in mind that the primary key is unique. Okay? Okay, now that we've got everything saved, let's go ahead and close the customer table. And notice it's sitting right over here in our navigation pane. There's the customer T right there. If you want to make more design changes to it, editing the fields and the data types and stuff, right-click on it and go to Design View. That'll open it back up in Design View where we just were. Okay, let's go ahead and close it again. Now, when you're ready to actually add some records to it, put some data in it, you just double-click on it. That opens it up in Data Sheet View, and that's what we're going to do in the next lesson. In Lesson 6, we're going to learn about entering data into our tables. We'll see how to type new records in. We'll talk about resizing columns. We'll look at different date time values. I'll show you the zoom window. And we'll discuss what dirty records mean. In the last class, we built this brand new customer table, and we've got no records in it, so let's go ahead and put some records in it. Double click on it right here, and that will open it up in Data Sheet View. If you want to get the most for your screen space, you can maximize this guy inside of Access. All right, now the table will take up the full area here in the object pane. And just like other Windows applications, you can restore it to normal size right there. All right, so I'm going to maximize it. There we go. If you want to go back to Design View to make design changes, the button's right there. You can click on Design View. See that? That's where we were before. There's Data Sheet View. It's like Spreadsheet View. In Access, they call it Data Sheet View. You can drop this guy down here, and you can see the two of them right there. All right, Data Sheet View and Design View. Design View is where you build the table. Data Sheet View is where you add data or edit data in the table. Remember I said before, I prefer building the table first, setting up the structure, then we can go back and add data to it. Now the first field in your table is the customer ID. Remember, that's your auto number. It hasn't been assigned yet. That's why it says new. That number gets assigned as soon as you start typing the first character into the first field in your record. Okay, you cannot edit that. Access assigns it. You don't have to worry about it. I'm going to press a Tab key, move over to the first name field. I personally, when I'm doing data entry, I like to use the keyboard as much as possible. In fact, I've got a whole series of keyboard shortcuts to enhance your data entry pleasure. Okay, I hate having to stop and grab the mouse when I'm doing data entry if I'm typing in a bunch of stuff. All right, so Tab to move to the next field, Shift Tab to move backwards. And I'll be teaching you little bits here and there. Don't try to learn too many shortcut tricks at once. I recommend in my videos you just do one a week. All right, I'll put a link down below to my shortcut tips. I'll teach you a few here and there as we're going along. So I'll type in myself, Richard. All right, now notice as soon as I do, customer ID number 1 gets assigned to me right there. And see the pencil? The pencil means this record is what's called dirty. All right, dirty means that the record is being edited and hasn't been saved to the table yet. All right, while you're editing this record, those changes don't get committed, don't get saved to the actual disk until you leave the record or close the table. Okay? All right, press Tab. That'll move to the last name field. I'll put my last name in. Press Tab again. Now the next column says company nah. That just means that the column is too narrow to see the whole thing. I can click right there and widen it, just like in Excel, right? Or you can double click there and it'll resize it as wide as it needs to be to fit all the data and the title in there. You'll find there are a lot of similarities between Access and Excel as far as the user interface goes. I'll type in my company name, Access Learning Zone, Tab. And then if you want to, you can double click there to widen that out. All right, next is the address field. I'll type in my address. Now, if you want to see a bigger field, like I don't want to have to widen all of these out, all right, like that, okay? So I'm going to leave that about there because I know addresses can be big. Shift F2 on your keyboard. Shift F2 opens up this zoom window. We don't need to have it that big. Let's make it about yay big, all right? Zoom just means that you're zoomed into that field. So anything you type into here, when you hit OK, is going to go back in there. And you can control the font and change those things. I'll talk about that later. But for now, I'll just put in my address. All right, 6900 Daniels Parkway, Suite 29-122. Now, some people like to put the suite on a second line. Some people put it in an address to field altogether. I'm perfectly happy with that right there. So I'll hit OK, and notice it goes right back there into the address field. I'll hit Tab. Okay, I'm in Fort Myers, Florida, FL. It's funny because I'm watching the 2013 version as I'm recording this, so I know what to cover. And the last time I did this, I was still in New York. I'm from Buffalo, New York originally. I moved down to Fort Myers, Florida at the end of 2013. Now, talking about the state field, I personally prefer just typing in 2-digit state codes, all right, for your United States customers. Or if you're in Canada, you've got 2-digit province codes. Okay, depending on your country, your rules might be different. Yes, it is certainly possible to make this a drop-down list, also called a combo box in Access. I will talk about that in a future class. If you want to learn about combo boxes now, I'll put a link down in the links section. You can go watch that now. See, this is nice that I've already re-recorded all of these classes. I can just give you links to stuff to go watch. But I recommend at this point, don't get ahead of yourself. Just go with me. Go with the flow. If you're a beginner, if this is your first time using Access, if you have a little Access under your belt and you want to skip ahead, all right, I'll put a link down below to my combo box lessons. There's two kinds of combo boxes you can use. There's something called a value list, which is just a list of values that you give it, like a list of the 50 states, for example. And there's also a relational combo box, which it gets its data from another table. So you'd set up a second table that has a list of states in it. All right, both of those I will cover in future classes. And if you really want to learn about it now, there's links down below. All right, let's move on to zip code. My zip code is 33912. Now, if you want to put a zip +4 in here, you can. We didn't limit this to just 5 digits. That's completely up to you. Some people like to use a separate field altogether. Some people just put it together. Me personally, I don't do a lot of mailing, and the whole point of the zip +4 system is to give discounts to people who do huge volumes of mail. I don't. So the 5-digit zip code is just fine for me. I don't even bother putting the 4-digit in, the extra 4 digits. Okay? Now, if you're the kind of company where you do business only in the United States, okay, you can limit that to just 5 digits. And I will teach you in Access Beginner 3 how to set up something called an input mask, which forces them to type in data in the way that you want, in the format that you want. You could say, just give me 5 digits. All right, if you're in Canada, you guys got 6, right? You could change your format accordingly. All right, we'll cover that eventually. That's called an input mask or a format property. And again, I'll put links to that stuff down below. Part of my job as your instructor is to kind of give you information in the order in which I think it's beneficial. I've been teaching this stuff almost 30 years now, so this is kind of how I want you to learn things. All right, I'm going to give you links so you can jump around if you're curious, but just stick with me. Right now, that's all you got to worry about is just type in the zip code. We'll get to all that crazy formatting stuff later. Now, for country, I leave people in my home country, the United States for me, as blank. I don't bother putting a country in there because there's no need to put it in there for like printing addresses or labels or stuff. So just I will leave that blank. If you're in Canada, leave Canadians blank. Whatever you want to do. All right. Tap. All right. Let's slide over a little bit so we can see these fields here. You can just use the scroll bar down on the bottom there. If you don't know how to use a scroll bar, go take my Windows beginner class. All right. Website. Now, for website, I'm going to type in 599cd.com. Notice how it comes in as a hyperlink. And if I move my mouse over it, you can see I get the little finger with the HTTP 599cd.com. Why is it 599cd? It goes back to the beginning of my company. There's a whole story on the website of why it's 599cd. I'll actually put a link to that down below too. If you're curious, you can go read it. But if you click on it, yep, there it is. It pops up. There's today's website. That's what it looks like today. Okay, there's me. Hi. All right, I'll just close that. Okay. Now, email address, we're storing it just as short text right now. You can store it as a hyperlink. In fact, in my older versions of this class, the last time I did this in 2013, I did have my students save email address as a hyperlink, but I don't like doing that anymore. In fact, here's the old video, right, where I show how to do it as a hyperlink. All right, I'm not going to play this, but it causes problems. The way that Access stores hyperlinks internally, it's just a mess. And if you want to do anything with that hyperlink, all right, like you want to pull out that email address and display it some other way, you got to jump through hoops. So I find it easier just to store email addresses as text. And I will show you a trick later on where if you really want to launch your email program using that hyperlink, using that email address, you can. All right, we'll cover that in a future lesson. But I don't like storing email addresses as hyperlinks. No, please don't. So I'll type in my email, amacron@gmail.com. There's my email address. Let me widen that out a little bit, shrink that one down a little bit. Let's get the phone numbers. Now here in the United States, we've got a 7-digit phone number. That's a 3-digit area code, a 3-digit prefix, and then a 4-digit suffix. All right, so 716-555-2222. And yeah, I'm still stuck on 716. That's my Buffalo, New York area code, even though I live in Florida now, which is 239. But I always use 716 in my examples for some reason. And yes, again, once we get to that format property, I will show you how to format that with parentheses or hyphens or dashes or whatever you want. That's Access Beginner 3. We will get to that. For now, just store the digits, okay? I try to avoid letting people type in phone numbers in all kinds of different formats. Right now, the text field is wide open, so you can type anything you want in there. But for now, just get in the habit of typing in just the digits. All right, I will show you tricks later on to clean up messy phone lists like this. You can remove the parentheses and the dashes and the dots and whatever other things people type in. And then eventually, like I said, in beginner level 3, we will type in a input mask, which only allows them to enter in digits. Okay, so we'll get to that eventually, but for now, let's just type in the numbers. If you do a lot of phone calling and you want to generate a query that says, show me everybody in the 716 area code, if you got a messy list like this, it's very hard to generate that query. So you want to keep all your data consistent. Okay? I don't make a lot of phone calls. In fact, I don't even collect phone numbers anymore from my customers because I never use the phone. I hate using the phone. I can't stand talking on the phone. Okay? Everybody always asks me that. Can I call you? Can we talk? No, I don't. I was in sales for many, many years, and I can't stand talking on the phone. I don't even like talking to my mom on the phone. Okay, and I love talking to my mom. But I hate using the phone. But as far as database queries go, I'm going to show you string functions later on where I can say, show me the left 3 characters of the phone number field. And if it's 716, then do this. All right, give me the middle 3 characters. Okay, you can't do stuff like that if your formats aren't consistent. Okay, what's up next? Number of employees, 1, just me. All right, discount rate, I'm going to type in 50, 50%. Okay. Now, we formatted that number as a percentage when we developed the table, when we designed the table. Okay, just so you know, internally, all that does is it multiplies the number by 100. So internally, that is actually stored as 0.5. All right, and that's significant. We'll talk about that later when we start getting into math calculations and stuff. Next up is the customer sense field. And remember, this is a date time field. See a little calendar there, a little calendar pop-up? You can click on that if you want to and pick today's date. You can see today's date's kind of got the little bar around it. All right, click. See, 2/24/21. Or you can type a date in, right, 1/1/20. Or you could put a time in there, 6 p.m. Or you could put a date and time in there, 1:20 at 3 p.m., just like that. And when you do that, that happens. All these little pound signs, octothorpes as they're called, hashtag marks, that symbol's got a million names. All right, that just means that the data that's in there is too wide to be displayed. So we'll just have to double click there to fit all that information in there. See that? All right, but you could put a date or a time or both. All right, here's a little keyboard trick for you too. Control, semicolon, pops today's date in there. Okay. If you type in a date without a year, you get the current year. So if I type in 5/5, I get 5/5/21. It's currently 2021. Now I'm in the United States, so I get month, day, year. All right, that's based on your Windows regional settings. So if you're in a country where it goes day, month, year, which I think is more logical, to be honest with you, then that will be based on Windows. Okay, Access stores that internally as a number. It just formats it based on your regional settings. There are lots of different ways you can actually type in dates in here. You could type in Feb space 1, and it gets February 1st. You could type in the whole month name, like May 6, and it'll get it. It's pretty smart. You can type in 24-hour time, like military time, like 1500, like that, and it'll get 3 p.m. And once again, in level 3, I will show you how you can change that format to display whatever you want in whatever format you want. I know I'm talking up level 3, but remember, I can't cover everything in one lesson, folks. So level 3 is where we do all the formatting stuff. So in here, I'll just put today's date. So control, semicolon. There we go. And everybody in my classes always asks me at this point, is there a way to put a default date in there? So if you're entering orders in, for example, you don't have to keep typing in the order date. Yes, that's called a default value. Again, I've got videos on that. I'll put a link down below. Default values are covered in, guess which class? Access Beginner 3. All right, that's a popular class, Beginner 3. Now, when it comes to 2-digit years, The cutoff date is actually set in Windows. For example, I'm still using Windows 8 on this computer. This computer is a little bit older. So if I type in 1129, Windows assumes it's 2029. If I type in 1130, Windows assumes it's 1930. Okay? Now in Windows 10, they've changed that. I believe the cutoff year now is, let's see, 2049. So if I type in 1149, I get 2049. If I type in 1150, I get 1950. You can change that. I've got a separate video. That's actually a Windows setting in your control panel. I got a separate video that shows you how to do that. I'll put a link to that down below as well. That's not an Access thing. That's a Windows control panel thing. And you might want that number to be different based on whether you are a pediatrician or a geriatric doctor, right? Your 2-digit year might be based on the birth date of your patient. So depending on what you get more of, you might want to change it. The best way to handle that problem, if you're not sure, just stick to typing in 4-digit years, honestly. Next up is credit limit. I'll type in 2,000. Notice I've got dollars because I'm in the U.S. Again, that's a regional setting. Next up is active. That's our yes, no value, right? You can use your mouse and click on it. And again, like I said, I hate having to stop and grab the mouse when I'm doing data entry. I just want to fly out my fingers on the keyboard. Spacebar will toggle that on and off as well. Okay, so you just use the space bar. Tab. Next up is the notes field. You could type pretty much as much information as you want in a notes field. 65,000 or so characters. That's a lot. All right, 64K worth of data, kilobytes. All right, again, Shift F2 zooms in, and you could type in whatever you want. You know, this guy is really cool. He's a Star Trek nerd and a Rush fan. Okay? Whatever. You can go for days. Okay? Hit OK. And it goes right back in there. All right? Now, while you're in the zoom window, Shift F2, all right, if you come in here, if you press Enter, all right, it gives you a new line. Now, older versions of Access didn't do that. Enter was the same as pressing OK. You'd have to do Control Enter to get that new line. And in fact, if you're in the field itself, let's say, slide over here. Let's say we widen this out. Okay. If you come in here and you press Enter, all right, it doesn't give you that new line. Now, if you come over here, you can actually make this taller like that. You can make these rows taller, just like in Excel. Okay, and if you want to type in more stuff in here and press Enter, you see it doesn't do what the zoom box does. But you can come in here and type Control Enter and get the next line if you want to do that. There is a way you can change that. It's called the Enter key behavior. And I talk about that in a future class. That's something that you set in the form because you're not going to have your end users working directly in your tables. We haven't talked a lot about that yet. This is just for us, right? We're the developer. We're setting up this database, putting some sample records in it. Your end user, even if that end user is you, okay, you want to work with the data using forms. And we'll get to that in a couple of classes here, a couple of lessons. We're going to work on tables first, then some queries, then we'll get to building forms. All right, let's resize this table back where it belongs, right about there. That's fine. And I can Shift F2 to go back in here and make design changes if I want to for the zoom for the text inside of here. All right, Tab. And that'll bring me down to the next row. All right, the next record. Remember, let's try to use Access terminology, okay? Columns are actually called what? Do you remember? These are fields, right? Columns are fields. That's the address field, the state field. And the rows are called what? Those are records. Okay, try to use your Access terminology, not Excel. I know a lot of you have been using Excel for many, many years, and that's okay. I know when I get your questions in my email and on the forums, you're all like, I got this column. Da, da, da. No, it's a field. Come on. Let's use our Access words. Another thing to notice now that I'm down here, notice the pencil's gone, right? If I come back up here and start editing this, look, the pencil's back. That means this row is being edited. It's dirty, okay? As soon as you leave that row, that record, the pencil goes away. That means Access has saved your changes to the database file. It's been committed to disk. It's not like Excel where you got to constantly worry about saving your sheet. All right, Access will save your data every time you leave the record or close the table. You only have to worry about hitting save, that Control S that I showed you earlier, when you're making design changes, when you're making changes to the structure of the table or the query or the form or the report or whatever you're working on. Right? The data gets saved every time you move from record to record. Now, one thing you might have noticed way over here to the right is this click to add. Okay, they added this, I think, in Access 2007 or 10, where you can drop this down and you can add new fields right here. I don't like this. All right, I don't like adding new fields while I'm in Datasheet view. If you want to add or make changes to the structure of your database, of your tables, go into Design View and do it in here. Okay, just trust me. Okay, just listen to what I'm telling you to do. Don't come out here and hit the add button out here. That's the lazy way to do it. All right, yeah, there's some real problems. Why, I'll talk about them later. Okay, so we've got one customer added to our table. In the next lesson, we're going to add some more. In Lesson 7, we're continuing with entering data. We're going to enter some more records into our table. I'll show you how to download a sample database from my website so you don't have to type in all those records if you don't want to. We'll talk about the record selectors, how to turn off the delete confirmation warning, saving layout changes, resizing our columns, and moving columns around. Okay, I'm now ready to type in my second customer. So let's go with Joe, tab, Smith, tab. Notice the customer ID has already been set by Access. It's set to customer 2. Remember, those will automatically count up, and you don't have to worry about what they are. That number is completely meaningless to you. That's just for Access to use internally. Joe is at XYZ Corp, 101 Main Street, Buffalo, New York, 14220. Tab past the country since he's in the U.S. I don't have his website or his email address, and that brings up a good point. I've always been of the mindset that no data is better than bad data. Don't force your users to have to type something in. For example, zip code or a phone number, or even a last name if they don't have it. Unless that's absolutely critical for your business, don't force the user to type it in, and I'll show you how to do that very soon. There's something called the required property. We can force the user to have to put a value in. We'll get to that in Access Beginner 4. But I very seldom force users to have to type in information. Sometimes it's necessary. Sometimes you want to make sure you've got a specific bit of information. But if you don't have that information as a user, you're likely to just type in any old thing, like a phone number like 555-2222. It's better to have that field blank than to have something in there that's wrong. It's easier to go through later and say, okay, which customers do I not have phone numbers for? And then try to contact them by email or mail and get their phone number. But if it's got a junk phone number in there because you required them to type that in, that's much harder to find those. So just keep that in mind as we're building our database. Moving on, phone number 716-555-3333. Number of employees, let's say 500. Tab. Discount rate, again, remember you can either type it in as 10, like that, or you could type it in as 0.1. Okay, either one works. Customer cents, let's say 1190. And while I'm at it, let me fix my customer cents date. I know I put in 1130 in the last lesson just to show you the cutoff dates. But the company wasn't even around in 1930. That brings up another point. I'm going to teach you about something called a validation rule. That's coming up in Access Beginner 3. That's where you can say, okay, the value has to be greater than this and less than that. For example, greater than, let's say 1/1/2000 if the company was created in 2000, but less than today's date. You can do that with a validation rule. And again, I'll put links to these things down below in the links section. If you want to learn about them now, you can go ahead and click on it because these lessons are already made. You just have to get there. So I'll type in 1/1/2002 for me. Now I'm going to use the down arrow to go back down to that record, and then the right arrow. Just like a spreadsheet, you can use the arrow keys to move around if you want to. All right, just like Excel. Credit limit of $500. Tab. Is active. I can press with the space bar. Tab. And any notes you want to put in there. Bill him net 30, and then tab. That'll bring us down to row 3 for the next customer. Notice the pencil is gone from the left-hand side over here. So that means this record has been saved in the table, right? The Joe Smith record has been saved. Now, as you can see, once you've got the table properly defined, you've got it built, you've got the fields all set up and defined, it's easy to enter data into the table. Now, like I've said before, we don't want our end users, the other people that are going to be using our database, to interface directly with the tables. But me, as a developer, I like to put some sample records in a table when I'm done building it. This lets me see what the table is going to look like, how the data is going to work, make sure everything's working okay. Even if it's just bogus data, it gives me an opportunity to see the table in action. Remember, your end users will be working only with forms. You don't want them poking around inside your tables. We'll get to building forms a little bit later today. But it's easier for us as the developers to be able to build those queries and forms and reports and see some sample data in there. It's easier, for example, some of the wizards, it'll show you the sample data in the field, and you can say, okay, this column has to be that wide, this field needs to be this wide, and so on. Now, for the purposes of class, I'd like to have a bunch of different customer records in here for us to play with. We're going to be building some queries in a few minutes, and the whole point of queries is to display the data in different ways. We have to have a bunch of different data, a bunch of different records in there to see how the queries work. Now, if you just want to type in your own sample data, that's fine. Put a couple of people in there from different states. Mix up the data a little bit. Now, if you don't like typing, and who really does, you can go to my website right there. There's the link, and you can grab a copy of the database as it is with all the data in it. I'm going to type in a bunch of data right now. I'm not going to make you sit here and watch me type it all in. That'd be boring, right? But feel free to go to my website and download my database. Here's the database page. This is where the link's going to take you. This is what the page looks like right now. It still says in progress right now because it's not finished yet. I'm still recording it. That's what I'm doing right now. But come down here where it says full course lessons page. Click on that. Scroll down. You'll see I'm still in the middle of lesson 7, right? Right there, it says databases built in class. Go ahead and click on that. That will save the file to your downloads folder. Now, depending on the browser that you have, this may be a little bit different. This browser here is Microsoft Edge. Okay, you can open the file directly if you want to by clicking on Open File, but you can't run the database out of here, okay, because it's still inside of a zip file. If you don't understand what zip files are, I've got a whole lesson on just working with zip files. It's on my website. I'll put a link down below. But basically, all you have to do is copy this file to your desktop or somewhere else that you save your databases so you can open it up. So I'll just take this file, click and drag, and drop it on my desktop. There it is. And now I've got my PC resale middle of lesson 7.accdb. Now I can close the zip file. And let's open this guy up. Now, you'll get the security warning. It says some active content has been disabled. This is to keep you safe and to prevent you from getting a file that might have some malicious code in it. Yes, it's possible for viruses to be transmitted through Office documents, Word, Excel, Access, all those things. So Microsoft disables it for unknown databases. I'm going to click on Enable Content. Okay, that marks this database as safe. You can tell it's safe too because there's only a table in it. All right, you can't hide any kind of viruses or whatever in tables. There has to be a form in here or a module or something like that with some code in it. But if you're going to be learning from me, you're probably going to want to download the databases that I build. And trust me, if you get it off of my site, if you download it directly from 599cd.com, I guarantee it's safe, okay? I've been doing this since 2002, 0 viruses, okay? 40,000 plus customers. And you'll find the customer tables right there, and there's all of our records. We've got everybody from Alan Watson to James Kirk and Jean-Luc Picard, and we're all set. Okay, so we got some sample records to work with. Funny story, when I did this class the first time back in like 2002, I just put in some random email addresses like, joeblow@yahoo.com. Well, a couple people who actually had those addresses said to me, hey, you used my real email address in your class, so from now on, I will only use email addresses at domains that I own, like amacron.com and 599cd.com. And there's my actual email address right there, amacron@gmail. Although I prefer you contact me using the website because I get so much email, I wouldn't want to miss your email. So if you want to contact me, use the website. I hope all of the phone numbers that are in here are bogus, although I haven't gotten any complaints about those. So people are more likely to fire off an email than they are to make a phone call. Now let's talk about deleting a record. Okay, if you come over here and you start typing something in, let's say, I don't know, Kenny, and then you realize, oh, you know what? I really don't want that record there. So I'm still editing the record. Okay, you can see the pencils there. If you decide while you're mid-edit that you don't want it anymore, press escape. It'll go away. Okay, that's if you haven't saved the record yet. Now, let's say you did save that record. Let's say I type in Kenny. Now, the first thing I want you to notice right there, look what happened. It was 17 before. Now it's 18. Where'd 17 go? Once an auto number is assigned, the second you start typing in that first character in that first name field, that auto number gets assigned and it's gone forever. You cannot get it back. Yeah, there's a more advanced way to get it back. If you really want to know how, I'll put a link down below. But the bottom line is you don't have to worry about that. That customer ID is meaningless to you. I get emails all the time from people like, oh, I'm missing some auto numbers. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about those auto numbers. Those are not for you. Those are for Access. Later on, when we start making relationships between our tables, Access will use those. Okay? Now, let's say, for example, I've already saved Kenny's record. So he's saved. Okay? Pressing escape now will do nothing. So to delete that record, click over here. That's called the record selector. This little gray box over here. If I click there, I've got Peter Smith selected. Right there, I've got Anna Pecor selected. All right, I want to select Kenny's record. And yes, you can select multiple records by clicking and dragging, just like in Excel. Okay? But be careful. It's very dangerous if you're going to delete them. All right? So click there, select Kenny, press delete on the keyboard, and it's gone. You might get a delete confirmation up. You might see this guy. It says you're about to delete 1 records. If you click yes, you won't be able to undo this delete operation. Are you sure you want to delete? Once you delete a record, there is no undo operation. Make sure you have a good backup before you do any major deleting in your database. Okay, be very careful. I'm going to say yes, and then it's gone. Okay? Now, in case you're curious, you can find that setting about the delete confirmations under File, and then Options. And then under Client Settings, right here where it says Confirm Record Changes, okay, if you turn that off, it won't prompt you every time you delete a record. I personally like it off, so I'm going to leave that off, okay? That's how I had it initially when I deleted that first record. Then I went back in, turned it on so I could show you the delete confirmation. Just be careful and make sure you got good backups. But if you don't trust yourself, leave that checked on, okay? So now notice the next record that I add is going to be record 19 now. Okay, see that? Those auto numbers get used. All right, I'm going to press escape a couple times, and now I'm back to a blank new record. Now the next one should be 20, and so on. See how it works? Okay, don't worry. Don't stress about those auto numbers. They're meaningless to you. This is about the time I usually throw this slide up. Back up your data every night, regularly. Okay, I use Google Drive. I basically copy my files over to Google Drive, and they get copied up to Google's cloud server. So it's off-site in case something happens to my office. Okay, my database files are all safe. I've got a whole separate lesson on backing up your data. I'll put a link down below. It's important. Make sure you back up your data. If you're running your business out of your Access database, back it up every night. Okay, so back in the database, I'm going to resize a couple things here. That customer ID doesn't have to be that big. First name can be a little bit smaller. You can double click here too. Watch this. Double click and it will resize it to be as wide as it needs to be. Okay, maybe the company name can be a little bit bigger. Maybe that can be a little bit bigger. State can be smaller and so on, right? Just size these the way you want to see them. And again, remember, we're editing data in the table, so this is just for you. Your end users are not going to interface with your tables. Okay? Let's say you want to move country out in front of the address. You can move these columns around in here. Watch. Click to highlight the column. Let the mouse go. Then click and drag it wherever you want it to go. See that dark, thick line right there? Let it go. And then we just moved the field. A little bit easier than moving columns around in Excel. The important thing to know about Access is that it's impossible to mix up data. Like in Excel, you can easily move someone's address, let's say, off of the same row. You can't do that in Access. In Access, each one of these rows is bound as a record. Okay? You can't sort a column and scramble the data like you can in Excel. You can move multiple columns too. For example, let's say I want to move all of this stuff here, right? Address, city, state, and zip in front of country. Okay, so watch this. See, I got the down arrow there. Click and drag to select multiple columns, let the mouse go, then click a second time and drag to the left. And now it's kind of back to the way it started. That's how you can move those fields around. And again, this is just a layout change. All right, we really haven't changed the design of the table, just its layout, and this is just for you. Okay, now let's say I want to close this table, so I'm going to click on the Close button, and Access says, do you want to save changes to the layout of the table customer T? The layout changes, the moving around of stuff, right? The resizing of the columns, the moving things around. Yeah, sure, go ahead. It'll save that right in the table, so the next time you open it up, it'll look the same way. For the most part. Some things don't save, but we'll talk about that later. The only time you have to worry about saving changes is if you make layout changes or design changes. Remember, as you're entering data, every time you move from record to record or close the table or form, all that data that you type in is saved each time you move from record to record. So you don't have to worry like a Word document or an Excel spreadsheet. You don't have to worry about constantly saving your work. Access saves it for you. Now that we've got some data in our table, in the next lesson we're going to talk about sorting and filtering. In Lesson 8, we're going to learn how to sort and filter our data. We'll learn how to sort a field. We'll learn about text, numeric, and date sorts and the difference between numeric and alphanumeric sorts. We'll see how to remove a sort. We'll see how to filter our records, both filter by selection and filter with the checkboxes. We'll see how to show blank records, null values. And we'll see how to print preview, and send our table as an email. As of right now, we only have 16 records in our database. Well, what happens when we have 1,600 or 16,000? These records can quickly become difficult to manage. So we have to learn some tools to work with them, to sort and to filter our data. Right now, for example, if I want to find all the customers from New York, I can just come over here to the state column and I can see, okay, there's one, there's another one, there's another one. That's easy to do when you only have one screen full of data. But if you got 16,000 records in here, my database right now for my business has over 50,000 records in it. I've been doing this since 2002, so I've got a lot of customers in my database, and to find the customers from New York would take me a while. So what do you do when the boss comes over and says, hey, I need a list of customers from New York sorted by last name, and I want it on my desk in 5 minutes? Well, what do? I'm the boss, so I would never do that. I wouldn't do it to you either. But what do you do when your boss does it to you? Well, then you have to learn how to sort and filter, right? So in Table Data Sheet View, which is where we are right now, and again, remember, this is just for you, the developer. Your end users will never work with the tables directly, but this is a trick that you can use, and you can sort and filter this data to quickly come in here and find stuff that you need. Now, sorting is pretty easy. See these little arrows here? Okay, all you have to do is find the field you want to sort on, drop that down, click on that arrow, and there's sort A to Z, sort Z to A. Pretty straightforward. I just sorted those in reverse alphabetical order, right? There's sort A to Z. Okay, not that hard to do. Kind of like Excel, right? Except here you don't have to worry about selecting everything. Each row will stay together. Okay, if I sort based on city, I don't got to worry about scrambling all the rest of the data. All right, so we've got sort ascending and sort descending. All right, Z to A, descending. Now, very important to remember, and I teach this in all my classes, ascending has nothing to do with the back of a donkey. Okay, all right, you can stop laughing now. Okay. All right, bad joke. I've been teaching that one since I used to teach in the classroom. I used to have a classroom training center before I started teaching online, and I started doing that in like 1996. I've been teaching that joke for a long time now. If you sort a numeric field, let's find a numeric field here. Number of employees. Sort that. You'll see sort smallest to largest, largest to smallest. It's the same thing. Okay? All right, discount rate, smallest to largest. Now remember, some of our fields that look like numbers are actually text fields, and that's on purpose. So if I sort by phone number, okay, let's say, for example, I change this guy to just 555. Okay? Let me sort it again. Let me sort by something else. and then I'll come back in here and sort phone number. Ready? Go. Look, 555 stays with the 5s. Because alphanumerically, that's how it would be sorted. The 555 wouldn't float to the top because that's not a number. Okay, that's an alphanumeric sort. Versus over here, this is a numeric sort. Big difference. Okay? All right, in a numeric sort, the numbers are sorted in order, smallest to largest, right? So 5, 6, 9, 555, because 555 is greater than 9. In an alphanumeric sort, they're sorted by character. So all the 1s would stay together, the 2s, the 3s, the 5s, right? 555 would come right after 5 because this 5 is less than 6. See the difference? And an alphanumeric sort obviously works with characters A through Z too. Okay? So that's the difference between those two sorts. And remember, some of our fields that look like numbers, like zip code, are actually text fields. You'll get a better appreciation for this as we go on. Just again, remember the rule is, are you ever going to have to need to put them in order numerically? Are you ever going to be doing math on them? All right, taking the sum of a column of zip codes? No. Okay? You may want to sort them. That's fine. But it'll be an alphanumeric sort. And if they're all 5 digits long, they'll sort just like numbers would. Okay? Okay, so let's put this back to a normal number. Phone number, that is. There we go. Okay? The data type in the field in your table design view, in your properties, that determines how this data is sorted, how it's stored. Okay? Remember, these are stored as numbers. This is stored as text. Moving on, date time fields like customer sense. You'll see sort oldest to newest, newest to oldest. Again, same thing. A to Z, Z to A, smallest to largest. All right. Internally, the way that Access stores dates and times, it's stored as a number internally. And smaller numbers are earlier dates. All right. Keep that in mind. So numerically, all right, 1966 is less than 1999. That's the way they sort. That's the way they're stored. This will become important when we really get into sorting and using dates as criteria later on. Okay, so keep that in mind. All right, currencies work just like numbers. Yes, no values, selected to cleared and cleared to selected. There's basically two sorts. Okay, internally, this is stored as -1. I know, it's weird. All right, selected values, yes values are stored as -1 inside of Access. Do you have to remember that? No, don't remember that. Even later when we get into programming, you don't have to remember that. Just remember 0. All right, yes, no values are either 0 or not 0. That's what's important. Okay, but you can sort them either way. Cleared to selected or selected to cleared. Doesn't matter. Let's go up to our ribbon. Now again, my ribbon is minimized. I showed you this before. Just double click on one of these guys. It'll pop it open. When I teach my developer, my advanced classes, I usually minimize this because I don't want to waste all this space on the screen. So sometimes I come back to my beginner class and I forget to open it back up again. So now you know how to open and close the ribbon, right? To minimize it. Double click and open it back up again. I showed you that back in lesson 3, but I'm going to keep showing it to you. Why? Because repetition is good. Sometimes people get mad at me when I repeat things. Well, yeah, I'm going to repeat things a couple times. You're beginners, and repetition is good. You don't learn the alphabet when you're a kid the first time you go through it, right? You got to repeat it a few times. And yes, you can replay the video, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing. One of the analogies that I like to give in my later classes is that working with Access is like playing with Legos. All of the pieces are the same, but you can put them together in an infinite combination. All right, infinite diversity and infinite combinations. Any Trek nerds in there like me? Okay. So, the forms, the controls, the text boxes, all that stuff. It's all the same pieces, parts. Right? But you have to learn different ways of putting them together. That's my job. I'm going to teach you the pieces, parts first. That's the beginner series. All right? Then as we get into the expert classes, I'm going to teach you how to put them together differently. All right, here's how you manage a customer table. Here's how you deal with contacts. Here's how you put an order together. Okay, it's all the same stuff. I can make the course very short if I just showed you one way to use everything, but I'm going to show you lots of different stuff, okay? Now, right now, I got a bunch of different weird sort things going on in here. I'll talk more about what these exactly do. You can do all kinds of weird, crazy things like multi-column sorts and all that stuff. But for now, let's just click Remove Sort. That'll take all those sorts off, okay? There's advanced sorting and all kinds of crazy things you can do. We'll talk about this stuff later. In fact, I've got a different video you can go watch right now if you want to, one of my free tech help videos on sorting and filtering. I'll put a link to that down in the links section. If you want to learn more about sorting and filtering right now, go watch that. If not, take your time, relax, we'll get to it. Now up top here in the ribbon, you'll also see the ascending and descending buttons. See, I should have waited. I usually wait until I mention the ascending button. before I go over that joke. I got to remember that for next time when I re-record this class 10 years from now. But whatever field you happen to be on, like company name, if you hit the sort ascending button, it'll sort that field. Okay, or this one here, sort descending. See how that works? Same thing. Same as using these little buttons here. All right, let's remove the sort, and it puts it back into the... This is the order that they were entered in. Okay, if you turn off the sort. Now, the boss wants to see all the customers from New York. Okay, let me go ahead. I'm going to maximize this table. If you're only working with one table and you want to see it fully, just double click on the header or click on the maximize button over there. That will maximize that table. Okay, so now I can work with it with more space here. Okay, and again, to restore it right there. All right, but that's Windows 101 stuff. You guys know that stuff already. All right, so I want to see just the customers from New York. Now, there's a million ways to do everything in pretty much all the Microsoft Office applications, Access especially, Access and Excel. There's like 6 different ways to sort and filter. Okay, I'm going to show you a couple different ways. You pick one that you like and stick with your favorite one. My favorite way is just to find the one that I like, right-click, and then there's right down here you'll see equals New York, does not equal New York, contains New York, does not contain New York. All right, and there's more advanced options over here. Okay, but for now, I'll just pick equals New York. There you go. I've now filtered the records to show just New York. And you can see this little guy here has a little filter symbol on it. And the toggle filter is now on. And down here it says filtered. See, there's a lot of different ways you can tell that you've filtered the records. Click here, and that'll remove the filter. See that? Or you can toggle it there. The filter actually stays set in the table. You just turn it on and off. So right now the filter is customers where the state is New York. I can turn that on and off at will. Okay. Another way you could filter, drop this little box down here, and you'll see all these little checkboxes. You'll see a checkbox for each item that exists in that table, in that field. All right, you'll see select all, which allows you to select all of them or deselect all of them. There's blanks. If you want to see just the blank records, right, turn off all the records, then click on blanks, and you'll see just the blanks, the null values, people who don't have states. Okay. Drop it down. Select all. Let's say you want to see just New Yorkers. Okay. Turn off that. Right. Select all. Turn them off. If you just turn them all off and hit OK, it goes back to everybody. All right. But turn that off. That allows you to deselect these boxes and pick New York. There you go. There's just the New Yorkers. If you want to see New York and Florida, check those both on. See? All right. That way you can pick as many or as little as you want. Okay. There you go. And again, I've got lots of lessons on advanced filtering. Honestly, I don't really spend a ton of time on filtering and sorting at the table level because in the next lesson, we're going to learn about queries. And queries are a lot more powerful. Plus, queries are permanent. You can build a query, set the criteria, the parameters that you want. All right, you could say I want customers from New York with credit limits of $1,000, sorted alphabetically, last name, first name. Save that as a query, and now you never have to repeat those steps again. All right, it's saved for you. You'll see the data just the way you want. We're going to learn that in the next lesson. So I really only use these sorting and filtering tools as a quick way for me, the developer, to just come in here and say, oh, I got to quickly see who's from this zip code. Okay, come over here, right-click on the zip code, equals 90802. There you go. All right, all done. Turn the filter off and get out of Dodge. Now, keep in mind, when you filter something, right, if I filter by Smith, for example, all right, all the records are still on the table. They haven't gone anywhere. The filter just displays the records that you want to see. You said, I want to see just Smiths. Okay, there you go. All right, if you turn the filter off, those records are still safe. Don't worry, they haven't gone anywhere. Access doesn't eat them. Okay, I mentioned a minute ago how you can see that you're filtered, right? Filter those. Notice down here you got filtered. That says filtered. It'll say filtered over here in the status bar. Plus, this also now says 1 of 5. Right down here with these navigation buttons. These are the navigation buttons, by the way. We'll talk more about these when we get into forms. Right, this moves to the next record. See that? So it's moving. Previous record. First record. Last record. New record. All right, you don't usually use these when you're in datasheet view. You use these when you're in single form view. So each record, like Barbara Peters, will show up on the screen by herself with all of her fields. We'll learn about that when we get to forms in a couple of lessons. Now, you can apply multiple filters and sorts at the same time if you want to. Again, queries are better for this, but if you, the developer, are just coming in here and poking around, right? Let's say I want to sort this by last name, So I'll put a sort on, right click, sort A to Z. Okay. Then I want to filter based on New York, right click, equals New York. And then further, I only want to see customers from Buffalo, New York. So I'll find city, right click, Buffalo. Now I see Buffalo, New York, last name. All right, filtered by state, filtered by city, sorted by last name. So there's multiple filters and a sort. Now, how are we going to send this to the boss? The boss wants to see this list. Well, you can print it if you want to go old school. You can send it as an email attachment, or you can export it to a Word document if you want to make some changes to it. Let me show you real quick how to do these. We'll have more lessons on all of this stuff very soon. But to print it, just go up to File, and then Print, just like the old days. Remember File, Print? Are you old enough to remember that? All right, Quick Print just sends it to whatever your default printer is. Mine's a little laser printer I got sitting right here on my desk. If I just want to print it without wasting time with options, just hit Quick Print. The print will bring up the print banner, which lets you pick your printer, number of pages, number of copies, all this good stuff. Okay? And again, I'll talk a lot more about printing in a future class. All right, File, Print. Print Preview brings up a preview of what it's going to look like when you print it. Now on this screen, this is where you can also set things like margins and the page size and all that. But right over here is what I want you to see. The email button. Click on that. It will open up your default email program. Usually for most of you, if you're working with Microsoft Office, it's Outlook. And again, this is pretty simple. I cover this in a future lesson also. Okay? And here's the More button right here. Drop that down, and you can export it to a Word document. All right? You can send it to Excel. There's all kinds of stuff you can do with it. Right now, I'm just showing you quickly where this stuff is. We'll cover it in detail in future lessons. Okay, here's the print button here also. When you're ready, you take a peek at it, right? This is a little magnifying glass. You can zoom in and out so you can see what it's going to look like. If you have multiple pages, you can scroll up and down or use the navigation buttons. Okay. But I don't actually want to print this, so I'm going to close the print preview and come back here to Table Datasheet View. Okay, so let's turn the filter off, toggle filter, and let's remove the sort. All right, everybody's back to normal now. So one more time, and I can't emphasize this enough. If you're building a database that you plan on having other people work with that don't know Access, you want to keep them out of your tables. Okay, so sorting and filtering here, these are tools for you, the developer, to use. All right, your end users are going to stick with forms and reports, and we'll make menus for them that they can use to navigate your database. They'll never be in your tables. Now, one of the problems with sorting and filtering is that they're not permanent. They'll stay when you make a sort and you close the table and come back into it. For example, let's say I sort by last name. Okay? If I close the table and then come back into it, all right, I'm still sorted by last name. But if someone else comes in here now and sorts by first name, okay, close the table. Now, it might ask if you want to save changes to the design, right? I changed the order. I changed the sort, so say yes. If I come back in here, now it's sorted by first name. So the last thing that you do is what gets saved. All right. Now filters also get saved, but they don't reapply when you open. So if I sort this, or excuse me, if I filter this by New York and close it, even if I say save changes, yes, if I open it back up again, the filter is still saved. And if I toggle the filter, it keeps the last one that you used. Okay, but it doesn't reapply it. I just covered this in a tech help video called Filter On. It's the Filter On property. If you're curious about how this works, go watch that video. I'll put a link down below. But it's a more advanced technique. The point I'm trying to make is you might come in here and do something like see just the customers from New York, from Buffalo, sorted by last name, and you want to save that. So you don't have to keep coming in here and reapplying sorting and filterings. That's where queries come in. You may actually have multiple queries based on your customer table. Another one for customers from California. Another one where you had to type in the state each time you run it. Those are all possible with queries. You don't have to keep reinventing the wheel, putting in parameters, putting in filtering, putting in sorting. Queries allow you to save all of that information. The filters, the sorts. You could save that as a custom query. Then you or anybody else really who doesn't even know Access can open it up by just double-clicking on the query. In Lesson 9, we're going to learn how to build customer queries. We'll see how to add tables to your query, add fields from the table to the query. We'll see how to run the query. Then we'll learn how to sort by multiple fields and add query criteria. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to work with queries. Now, we have the same mission that we had in the last lesson. The boss wants to see a list of all the customers from New York sorted by last name. More importantly, I want to create a query to do this so I can pull it up at a moment's notice at any time in the future without having to redo all the steps. So come up top and click on Create, and right here you'll see a Queries section. There's a Query Wizard and Query Design. Now the Query Wizard is okay for building some of the more advanced queries, but right now we're just going to build a simple query, and I want to teach you how to do it from scratch. So click on Query Design. You'll see a blank query window opens up right here. This is Query 1. And over on the right-hand side, you'll see Add Tables. This pane appears. If you don't see Add Tables over here, click on this little Add Tables button. Now, a query can get its data from a table. Here we only have the customer T in our database. Other queries, which we don't have any, or you can get your data from links. Now, links are linked tables. That's basically tables in other databases. We don't cover this for a while, so don't worry about links right now. So let's go over here and click on Tables. So the only table we have in our database is our customer T, so make sure that's selected. Then come down here and click on Add Selected Tables. You'll see that brings the table over into the query right over here. Later on, when we have more tables in our database, and we build some other queries, we can actually make queries based on multiple tables and or other queries. We'll talk about that in more advanced classes when we get into the Expert series. But now we're done adding tables, so I can close the Add Tables pane right there with that X. That gets rid of that. Now notice how the ribbon has changed since I'm building a query. It says Query Tools, Design, and there's all kinds of new buttons on here. Make Table, Append, Update, Crosstab. What's all this stuff? We'll talk about this stuff in the future. But for today, we're going to make a simple select query. This is where you select data from a table. So the table or tables, in our case just one, that are part of the query will show up here in this big area. And down here in these columns will be the fields that we want to see. Now, I will tell you that this is not intuitive. This is one of the stranger things you're going to see in Access. All right, this interface can be confusing, so it'll take a little while to get to know how it works. But it's not that bad once you get used to it. Now, up here in this table, you'll see the different fields. First name, last name, company name, and so on. We can make this bigger by simply grabbing and dragging the edge. Okay? We add fields to the query by clicking on them and dragging them down to these columns down here. So, let's say I want to see first name and last name in this query. So click on first name, and then click and drag it and drop it right down here in that first column. See that? Now do the same thing with last name. Click and drag and drop it right there in that second column. So now your query consists of the customer table showing the first name and the last name. It's that easy. That's all you have to do to see a list of first name and last names. Now to see the results of your query, to see the actual data, come over here on the ribbon and click on the Run button. And there you go. There's all the customers in our customer table displayed in this query. You've got a list exactly as you asked for it. There's first name and last name, and that's it. Now it's not sorted yet, and we're seeing all of the customers from all of the states. But that's exactly what we told Access to give us. We haven't put a filter on, and we haven't sorted it yet. Now, this list is going to be for phone numbers. So let's say I want to add phone number to this list. Let's go back to Design View. Click on the little design icon over here. That'll put us back in Design View. Let's find the phone number field right there. Click and drag and drop it in column 3. And now let's run the query again. And there we go. There's every first name, last name, and phone number in our customer table. All right, back to Design View. Let's add credit limit to the query. Now, here's a trick. Instead of clicking and dragging, you can just double click. Watch this. Click, click, and there it goes. It'll automatically add to the next open column in your query. That's a little faster than clicking and dragging. All right, run the query again. There we go. There's all the credit limits. And now the boss sees this. He's like, wait a minute. I don't want that. I don't want credit limits showing up in the query. Get rid of that. Get that out of there. Okay, how do we delete something out of the query? We'll go back to design view. All right, this is a little tricky. Take your mouse and move it right there over the top of that column. See, I've got that downward pointing black arrow. Click right there. That selects that column. And now press delete on the keyboard. That's how you delete something out of the query. That's how you delete a field from the query. All right, so if I accidentally added num employee, all right, come over here, find that spot, not this spot. This allows you to drag that little barrier window up there. See that little side? That's not the spot you want to be on. All right, you got to be right there. Okay, that little black arrow. And if you click on it, you actually lose the black arrow. See, come over here, you click, that selects that column. And you can actually select multiple columns by clicking and dragging like that. See that? But we just want the one. So click right there. Okay, now let it go. And now press delete on the keyboard. That's how you select and delete a column out of your query. Okay, now how do I sort this information? Well, if you're in Datasheet view, you can apply sorts. If you go back to Datasheet view, or if you run the query, it's the same thing, by the way. Going to Datasheet view, okay, or running the query, if it's a select query, and we'll talk about these different types of queries in future classes, but this is the same thing. It just switches over to Datasheet view. Now you can perform these sorts up here, like we learned about with tables. But these aren't permanent, and they're easily changed by other users. What we want to do is apply a permanent sort, and in a few minutes a permanent filter, to the query itself in design mode. So go back to design mode. Notice down here there's a row that says sort. Okay, right there, sort. So click inside the sort box under the first name, and you'll see a little drop-down box appears, or a little combo box. Click on that. We got ascending, descending, not sorted. Pick ascending, and now run the query. And look at that. It's sorted now by first name. Okay, let's go back to design view. Now, let's add a second sort by last name. Ready? Drop this down and pick ascending. And now run it. And, okay, it's not quite what I want. All right, notice I've got two Joes in here, and they're now sorted, right? First name, then last name. But usually when you do a sort, you want it last name, then first name. Okay, so how do we do that? Well, in order to do that, we have to rearrange these columns. Access queries will sort left to right. So whatever you want sorted first has to be on the left side. So how do we do that? Well, we just learned how to select the column, right? Move right there, get that black arrow, click, let it go, take your hand off the mouse. Okay? And now notice I've got a white pointer arrow right there. Now, click and drag. See that line? And put it right there. That's how you move a column. All right, let's practice. Let's move phone out in front. Ready? Click, let it go. All right, now I can move my mouse freely. Now grab that same spot now, click and drag to the left. See that? All right, but I don't want phone out there. I'm going to put phone back where it was. This is practice. We're practicing, right? All right, so click right there. Let it go. Click and drag to the right. See that little line moving around? That's where it's going to drop, right? There's where you want to drop it. Okay, so that's how you move these things around. And now if I run it, now it's sorted by last name and then first name. We got two Smiths there, right? Smiths. We got two Smiths there. Little tongue twister. We have two Smiths there, Joe and Peter, and they are now sorted. Last name, first name. I'm surprised the first one I got in here is a J. That's like half the alphabet missing. Okay, back to design view. Okay, now it's time to save this query. So I'm going to hit Control S on my keyboard for save. Control S as in save. All right. Query name. Let's call this customer Q, my customer query, and then hit OK or press Enter. Now notice it's over here in my navigation pane. There's customer Q. Now I can close this query. All right. Go about my business. Do what I want to do. Go have lunch. All right. Go watch some more of my videos. And then when you come back later and you open this guy up by double-clicking on it, there's your query. Exactly as you saved it. Right? You got the fields you want. You got the sort order that was in there. That's the benefit of queries. You can make different queries to display data in different ways, and this way you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. All right, unlike in Excel where you got to resort this and change that and move this around, in Access you can have multiple different queries to view your data in different ways. More importantly, you can set these up for people that don't know Access. Right? If they want to see a specific set of data, like we're going to see in a second, how to do a list of customers from New York with, let's say, a credit limit under $1,000. All right, you could set up a special query for people, and all they have to do is open up the query, and there's the data that they need. They don't have to know how to use Access. They don't know how to build queries, so you build it for them and just give them a link to it. And later on in future classes, we'll build full menu systems where you just have them click on a button, and then there's their query. Okay, but we're not done yet. The boss said that he only wants to see customers from New York. So let's go back to Design View. All right. Now, to filter based on a field, you have to have that field in the query. So find state, double click on it, and now it's over here. Run the query now, and you'll see there's all the states. Okay. Back to Design View, which, by the way, you can also get there by right-clicking here on the title bar of the query. And you can switch between Design View, SQL View, and Datasheet View. All right, there's Datasheet View. SQL View is a little more advanced. I cover this in my more advanced classes. That's basically a programming language to write queries. It's very, very powerful, and we will cover that in future lessons. So now we have the state in our query. There it is. All right, we know about the sort row. We'll talk about show in a minute. Find this guy here that says criteria. All right, so come into the criteria row underneath state. And here's where you're going to put your filter or the criteria for this particular field. So I'm going to type in New York, all right, NY, and then press Enter or Tab. Now, notice that Access put quotes around it. I'll zoom in there so you can see it. Notice it put quotes around it. In Access, whenever we're dealing with text values, that's called a text string. All right, a string of characters, and we have to make sure we put them inside of quotes. Now, usually Access realizes that's a text string and puts the quote there for us, but keep that in mind. You shouldn't always rely on Access to do that. So I just showed you as an example, but you should type in quote New York quote, okay, every time you put in your criteria there, if it's a text string. Sometimes you'll have numbers, sometimes you'll have currency values or dates. Those don't get text strings. All right, we'll see that as we go along. Okay, so now that we have our criteria there under state, let's run the query again, and look at that. Now I'm only seeing customers from New York. All right, so I've got it sorted, and I've got it properly filtered with criteria. And that is now a permanent part of this query. All right, notice there's no filter on here. It says no filter. That's in the design of the query, in the SQL underneath it. Okay, now I want to save this query so I can pull it up again at any time in the future. But don't just hit Control-S or click on the little floppy disk icon over there. Otherwise, you'll overwrite the original customer queue. I don't know how many times I've done that. I've done it a million times, especially with Word or Excel, right? I've got like a Word template, like a document that I use, and I don't have it set as an actual template, so it's read-only. Right, I'll open it up, and I'll start making changes. I'll hit Control-S, save, and oop, I just overwrote my old document. All right, it happens all the time. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to go to File and Save As. Okay? Save As. Now you can save the whole database. That's not what I want. I want to save this object. Save Object As. Okay? Hit the Save As button. And this will allow you to save customer queue to, right, copy of customer queue or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to call it Customer New York queue. All right? Remember, singular. I try to keep all my objects, table names, query names, field names, singular if possible. Someone actually called me out that notes is technically plural. Yeah, I know, but I've been doing notes forever. So, yeah, notes is my exception. All right, hit OK. And now this query has been saved as Customer New York queue. Now, if I close this guy and open up the other one, there's the original query. Right? And I can open up the Customer New York queue now, too. There's both of them. They overlap each other like that. See that? All right, just move them around if you want to. All right? You know how to use Windows, right? If not, go take my Windows class. We're not going to cover Windows stuff here. You can even open up the table if you want to. Get them all open up here. Okay? Close that, close that, close that. All right, let's say in addition to New York, we also do business in Pennsylvania. So I want a similar query, but I want customers from Pennsylvania. Now, I know ahead of time I'm going to be making changes to this query, and I don't want to have to open it up and then go File, Save As, Save Object. Let's just copy this guy ahead of time, right? Click on it, go Control-C, Control-V, right? Copy, paste, my keyboard shortcuts. Control-C, Control-V. All right, change the name. We'll call this one Customer PA, like that, and then hit OK. Okay, now let's open Customer PA up, and, oh, okay, it still says New York. Why is that? Well, I haven't actually changed the query yet, have I? Let's go to Design View, right-click, Design View. Let's change our criteria to PA, save it, Control-S, save on the keyboard, right? And now let's run it. And wait a minute, there's nobody in there. Well, I don't have any customers from Pennsylvania. Let's open up the customer table and make sure. There's my states. Let's see. No Pennsylvania. Okay. Now, let's go in and cheat. Let's change a couple customers and make them from Pennsylvania, just for class. All right, so go back into customer table. All right, let's change this guy here. Let's make him from Pennsylvania. And let's change this guy here, Pennsylvania. All right, close the customer table. And what's going on? Why did my query update? Well, it's important to note that a query will not update its records unless you either close it and reopen it or click the Refresh All button. Okay, if you hit the Refresh All button, it'll reload its results, or you can close it and then reopen it again. Okay, it won't just update itself if it's sitting there open. This usually isn't a problem if you're the only person using the database, but sometimes if you have a multi-user database, and we're going to get into that in future classes, you got multiple people working on the same set of records at the same time, someone might change something and it doesn't appear to change right away on your screen because you have to refresh the data. Either close it and reopen it or hit the refresh button. Okay, so if someone says to you, yeah, I just changed the record a few minutes ago, and you're not seeing the changes, close it and reopen it, or hit the refresh button. Okay, we'll talk a lot more about this when we get into multi-user databases, and that's coming up a lot later in the expert classes. Okay. Now, another thing that is important to remember is that queries themselves do not have any data in them. This is just a way to look at data that's stored in the tables. All right, let me repeat that. All of the data in your database is stored in your tables. This is just 3 different ways to look at this set of data. The queries themselves have no data in them. Okay, makes sense? The query is just showing you what's stored in the table. It's not a copy of the data. All right, it's just a live view of the data in the table. Now, on the other hand, keep in mind that this is a live view of data in the table. And if you change it in the query, it will also change in the table. So let's say, for example, I come in here and I change these people to Florida. Okay. Notice I'm able to edit them here. Now, if I hit the Refresh All button or close this and reopen it, look what happens. They go away. Why? Because that's live data. I just changed those people, all right, to Florida. There's one of them. I remember that one from Jamestown. Janestown, right? Okay. This one up here, too. These were the Pennsylvanians. Now they're from Florida. All right. I'll put this one back to Pennsylvania. How's that? And Jamestown should be Texas. Okay. Close that. And now open up Pennsylvania again. There's your one person from Pennsylvania. So keep those 2 things in mind. 1, queries themselves have no data in them. They're just showing you data that's stored in the tables. And 2, any changes you make while you're viewing a query get saved in the table. Now, can you make queries read-only so that people don't have the ability to change the data? Yeah, you can. Personally, I would prefer giving your coworkers forms or reports to work with instead of having them work directly in your queries. We'll see how forms and reports work in just a few minutes. So now we have 2 queries from 2 different states. What if you wanted to have a query for each state? Would you have to make 50 separate queries? Well, the answer there is no. There is something called a parameter query where you can make it so the user types in the state when the query is run. That's a little more advanced. I cover parameter queries in Access Beginner Level 5. I do also have a tip video on that. I'll put a link down below in the links section if you want to learn how to do that now. It's a little more advanced, but it's not too bad. Remember, today we're just learning the basics of query design. We've got to walk before we run, right? But my students ask this stuff every time I teach this class, so I just want to let you know that yes, it's possible. And if you really, really want to learn how to do it now, go check out the links down below. You want to find the parameter query video. Another popular question I get asked all the time is, what is this little asterisk up here, that little star? Well, the star is so that you can add all of the fields to the query without having to bring them all in individually. All right, so if you double click on that star, for example, you'll see it says customer T dot star. That says all of the fields. Now, we have to have first name and last name in here individually because we want to put sorting on them. Or if you have the state field in here to do a criteria, you have to add that in. But if you just want to see all the rest of the fields, just bring down the star. Now when you run it, you'll see there's all the rest of the fields. That's really handy if you want to have them all on the query and you've got lots and lots of fields like we have up here. Okay? Another thing I get asked is, what are these show boxes for? Well, if you don't want to see a particular field, even though you have to have it in the query, you can hide it. For example, let's get rid of the customer T.star. And remember earlier, I accidentally brought in the credit limit. Okay? Now, if I run this, you can see everybody and their credit limits. Let's say the boss wants to see a phone list of everybody who has a credit limit of less than $1,000. Maybe you're going to be calling them and see if they want to upgrade their credit limit or whatever, okay? So in the criteria row down here, I can put a criteria in of less than 1,000. Now, we're going to do a lot more with all these different types of criteria in future classes, but I'm just giving you a sneak preview, okay? If I run this now, you'll see everybody in this list now is under 1,000, okay? But you might not want your employees seeing what their actual credit limit is. So you can come in here and hide that column. So now when you run this, you know this is a list of everybody that has less than $1,000 credit limit, but you don't know what the actual credit limit is. All right, it's a little more discreet. Okay? So that's what the show box is for. Now there are tons of things you could do with queries. I literally just scratched the surface today. You can make queries at multiple tables. You can make queries that prompt the user for information, like I mentioned before with the parameters. You can make queries that edit records in a table. Make table queries will create whole new tables based on other sets of data. Append queries can add records onto a table. You take them from one table to another. Update queries change information. Crosstab queries look like little spreadsheets. Delete queries delete information. I mean, it's all kinds of stuff you can do with queries. If I put together all of my query lessons from all my different courses, I probably got hundreds of hours of stuff on just queries. So this was literally just to give you a taste of what queries can do. This is the basics of a select query. Now, a lot of books are written that way. Books are usually written in more of a like a reference type format where they teach you everything there is to know about tables first, and then they teach you everything there is to know about queries next. I don't do that. I don't go depth first. I go breadth first with my teaching. I'll teach you a little bit of this, then a little bit of that, like a little bit of tables, a little bit of queries, a little bit of forms. All right, then in the next class, we'll go over a little bit more with tables, a little bit more with queries. I think you'll learn better that way. All right, tutorials aren't really designed to be reference material. Okay, this is, I want you to watch this and apply a little bit of this lesson, then a little bit of that lesson. All right, and it'll stick in your brain a little better. Okay? Some people learn better with books. If you like book learning, then great, go buy a book. There's lots of books I recommend. The Access Bible series is really good. I like those. Okay, but lots of people always ask me, like, well, why didn't you cover this and this and this and this about queries? Because I'm only giving you a little bit. All right, we're already over 20 minutes for this lesson. So now we're going to move on to something else. We're going to do forms in the next lesson, and I'm going to teach you a little bit about forms. You want to learn more about queries? I got tons of query lessons on my website. Go to my site, search for queries. You'll find all kinds of stuff. Okay, but I give you a little bit at a time so you digest it. Now I'm going to give you some form stuff, then some report stuff. Okay? All right, so in the next lesson, we're going to learn how to build a form to make a nice user-friendly interface for our end users. In Lesson 10, we're going to build a customer form to present our user with a nice, friendly interface for adding and editing records. We'll see how the quick form builder works. We'll learn about navigation, layout view, deleting records, and the different types of forms in Microsoft Access. So far today, we've seen how to build a table, enter and edit data in a table, and we've created a couple queries. Now, tables and queries are, of course, functional, and they're necessary for most databases, but they're not very friendly to work with, especially if you don't know Access. So in this lesson, we're going to see how to set up a couple of different types of forms. Forms are used to work with data on the screen. Forms look a lot better than working directly with tables or queries. That, of course, makes it easier for you to enter, edit, and find information. And, of course, a database that's easier to use is more efficient. Here's an example of a simple customer form. You can see all the information laid out, one customer per screen. This is a lot more easy on the eyes, a lot more user-friendly than simply dropping the user into a table and say, here, go to town. Just like if you give them an Excel spreadsheet. This is a nice, user-friendly interface. Forms also provide you with additional control and security over your database. You can control which fields your end users can see and what data they can edit. If you don't want them seeing the credit limit, for example, don't put it on that form. You can keep it in the table and make a separate form for you or your managers, but your average end user doesn't have to see all of the information for every customer. You can control whether users can add data, edit data, delete records, that kind of stuff, all using forms. In later classes, we'll learn how to make buttons. So from the customer form, you can open up their contacts form or their orders form. You can do all kinds of neat stuff with forms. You can set up forms to look like existing paper forms that you might have in your current system. This way, if your users are used to entering data in a specific way on a specific paper form, you can make your on-screen form look just like it. This way, they know what data goes in what fields. Makes it easier for your users to transition from an old paper system or even old software into a new Access database. You can design the forms to look however you want. You can have data from multiple tables displayed together on one form. For example, you could show a customer and all of his contact history in something called a subform. It's a form that displays inside of another form. Or you could have all of their order information show up in a subform. Or like I mentioned before, you can have different buttons to open up forms related to the form that you're on. For example, here's a customer record. I can click on the order button, and that opens up the orders for that customer. We get the subforms in the expert classes, Access Expert 3, and they're really powerful. In today's class, I'm going to show you how to set up a simple customer form just to get you comfortable with form design. Over the next couple of classes, we'll be spending a lot of time on form development. Keep in mind that building forms is really more of an art than a science. You can spend many, many hours making your forms look good, and I know I'm pretty guilty of that. I've got whole lessons where I spend time just showing you how to make custom form elements, custom backgrounds. You can make your database look like Windows 95. You can make it look futuristic. All kinds of crazy stuff. I'll put some links down below in the links section you can click on. Good form design is time-consuming, but it can really make your database look professional. It just takes practice, and it's something that the more you do it, the better you'll get. Now, there are two primary ways to build a form. Yeah, there's a couple of different side ways too, but the two big ways are layout view and design view. Now, I use design view. Design view is a little more advanced, but once you get the hang of it, you get a lot more control over your forms. Layout view is a simple way to build fast forms, but you get fewer options up front. Now, I like design view myself, and I'm going to stick with design view throughout most of this course. However, I know a lot of you who are watching this video aren't necessarily looking to be Access developers. You just want to get in there and start working with Access and build some quick forms. So, I'm going to show you layout view first, then I'm going to show you design view in the next lesson. So if you're just curious about how to get in there and build a couple of quick forms, you're not looking to be an Access developer, then this lesson is for you. The rest of you, if you really want to learn Access and get your hands dirty and become a developer, you're going to want to learn design view, and that's going to be in the next video. So here we are back in our database that we started earlier. And you can see my navigation pane over here. Click on the customer table. Now on the Create tab, right over here you'll see a Forms section. Now these are all the different ways you can build a form. All right, there's Basic Form, which we're going to start with. That's for layout view. Then here's Form Design. That's the more advanced one that I'm going to show you in the next lesson. There are some other options that I almost never use. Blank form, form wizard, all this different stuff in here. And I will talk about these things in future lessons, but these are the big two right here. Okay? Okay, so click on Customer T, then come up here and click on Form, the first one. Now, Access just goes ahead and builds a form for you. Doesn't give you any questions, any options, just boom, there's your form. Okay? And it bases it on whatever table or query you had selected over here. Now, I personally don't like layout view. I think this is messy. It's designed for novice users to get in here and just quickly build a form. And I understand why Microsoft put this together. A lot of people are familiar with Excel, and they're trying to treat this almost like a spreadsheet. Okay? You can resize these objects as rows here. Like, click on that, and then resize it. You can resize these as columns. Okay? See that? Click here. Resize that column, resize that row. Okay, but I think this overall look is just a little messy. That's just me. It takes a lot of time to make this look good. Now here in your form, you'll see there are two components to each field. There is a label and a text box. Okay, the label is the name of that field. First name, last name, company name, and so on. Those are labels. The data goes in something called a text box. All right. Some of these fields, you'll see they have check boxes. Yes or no fields will have check boxes associated with them. You just click them on and off. All right. Now I'm in layout view, so I can see the data in here, but I can't actually edit it yet. I'll show you how to do that in just a second. If you want to change any of these labels, you can. Just click on it a second time, and you can make that say like first space name. Because these are labels, this is what the user is actually going to see on the screen. You're not changing the name of it. Remember, the actual name in the table, the name of the field, I want to be first name with no spaces there. But you can come in here and make these say whatever you want. These are just labels. These are just for display purposes. All right, you could just put company in here, for example, if you want to. That's not going to change anything, really. All right, you can resize these rows like that. Okay. Again, I'm not very impressed with layout view. I don't use it myself. Okay, but it's a quick option to come in here and to build a form. Up top here in the form header, you've got a bit of a description. You can change that. That's also just a label, right? Customers, for example. Okay, a little picture over here if you want that. You can delete it if you don't want it. Click on it and hit delete. Just a little image. Now, when you're happy with the way this looks, you can save it. Control S on your keyboard, or you can hit the little floppy disk in your toolbar. Right? Save. I'm going to call this customer F, my customer form. Hit OK. All right, now you'll see it appears over here in the navigation pane. If you're using an older version of Access, I know in Access 2013 there was a bug when you saved an object that didn't appear right over here automatically in the navigation pane. You had to refresh it with F5. So hit the F5 key on your keyboard if you don't see your objects appear. That's an old bug. I just remembered it now because the last time I recorded this class in 2013, I mentioned it in that video. So if you're using 2013, by the way, upgrade. All right, get Microsoft 365, get the latest version of Access. Trust me, lots and lots of bug fixes that they've since gotten rid of, okay? Now that I've saved my form, I'm going to close it, and then I'm going to reopen it again. Now, when you open it this time, you're in form view. All right, we're no longer in layout view, and you can tell because you got a blinking cursor right here. All right, customer 4, I can hit tab. I can start typing in data. I can make edits. Forestry Services, Inc., for example, right? Tab, tab. Okay, down here, remember these are navigation buttons, just like in tables and queries. We can move to the next record. See that? Previous record, first record, last record, new record if you want to add a new record. Okay, start putting in the next person here, and they get assigned the next auto number. Okay, and again, you don't need to worry about what that number is. Okay, this is what your end user is going to work with, this form. They're not going to play with your tables. They're not going to play with your queries. Okay? If you want to make changes to the layout of the form, right up here under Views, drop this down. There's Form View, Layout View, and Design View. Now, we're going to talk about Design View in the next lesson. That's how I prefer to work with forms. But for now, if you want to change the layout, just go back to Layout View. Remember that? You can see you got these yellow bars around these guys right here. See? All right? And yeah, you can move things around. You can move credit limit down here, for example. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. Right? Click and drag things. But again, this is not my preferred way to work with Access forms. Okay, done changing the layout. Come back over here, View, Form View. You go back to Form View. Now, I personally like to close a form, save the changes, and then reopen it. That's a good habit to get into, especially if you're planning on becoming a developer. Take it from me. Once you start putting Visual Basic programming code behind these forms, you want to make sure you close them and reopen them so any changes take effect. All right, you don't want to flip between views. Now, as a reminder, just like queries, the data that you see here is live. Okay? This information is linked to the table. So if you delete records out of here, make changes to records, it affects the data in the table. It's not a copy, it's a live view of that table's information. It's just displaying it in a nice, pretty way. Okay? When you are adding a record or editing an existing record, remember you'll see the pencil over here. That indicates the record is dirty. That means it hasn't been saved to the table yet. All right, how do you save it? Well, you just simply move off the record or close the form. That will save the record to the table underneath. All right, remember, if you come in here and start editing it, now it's dirty. Okay, as soon as you close the form or move off that record, it saves the information to the table. Now, if you don't want this record, how do you delete it? Well, come over here and click on this big gray bar on the left-hand side. That's called the record selector. All right, click on that and then hit delete on the keyboard. Access will say you're about to delete one record. You can't undo this operation. Once you say OK, you're done. That record's gone. All right, so be careful. You want to delete that? Yep. OK, all gone. If you want to delete multiple records, I recommend going right to the table. Okay, but be careful. That's dangerous. Make sure you got good backups. Back up your data. All right, back up your data regularly, especially if it's important. Okay, I've got whole lessons on backing up your data. I'll put some links down in the link section for you. Go watch those. When you're working with your forms, you'll also find a familiar set of buttons up top here. Sort ascending, descending, the filter buttons. Right, we learned about a lot of these working with tables. You can come over here, for example, and find a state. Right-click on it. Equals Ohio, for example. Now you'll see just the Ohio records. We learned about sorting and filtering earlier. All right, let me unfilter that now. If you want to sort these records by last name, click on the last name field, right, and then hit sort ascending or descending, or however you want them to sort. Okay? Okay, now like I said, I don't particularly like building forms this way. I wanted to show you the quick way for you non-developers who want to get in here and just quickly work with Access. But for the rest of us, I'm going to delete the customer form. All right? Click on Customer F. Hit delete on the keyboard. Are you sure you want to permanently delete Customer F? Yep. And now it's gone. In the next lesson, we're going to make a customer form with Design View. I want to really quickly, though, show you the other form options that are here and just explain what they do real quick. So click on Customer T. All right. Now, blank form just gives you a blank form. No controls. That's it. That's all you got. Blank form. It's not that useful, is it? All right. Get rid of that. Close that. All right. Click. What's the next thing over here? There's the Form Wizard. The Form Wizard's not too bad. All right. It'll ask you, okay, what fields do you want on your form? All right, customer ID, click on that one, bring it over there. First name, last name. Let's say I don't care about the address. I just want their email and their discount rate. All right, because sometimes you can make specialized forms. Like I mentioned earlier, you might have a form for your front-end people to use and a different one for the managers with all of the fields on it. Okay? All right, hit next. How do you want it to look? There's different options in here for how you want it to appear. Let's go with columnar. That's the default right there. Columnar, however you pronounce it. Right? Next. Okay. Open the form to view or enter information or modify the forms design. Well, we haven't gotten into form design yet, so let's pick the first one. And then hit finish. All right. And then it builds the form for you. Very similar to what we did before. It puts you in layout mode like this. Okay? Quick and dirty way to build a form. But again, I don't want this. Let's just close it and delete it. Are you sure? Yep. Again, just a quick tour of the different types of forms. All right, customer T, create. What else we got here? Navigation forms. Now, there's navigation forms that let you make forms to open other forms. I'm going to show you how to use these in Access Beginner 7. I spend about 10-15 minutes showing you how they work. But personally, I don't like them. I like to build my own menu forms using my own buttons. Here's an example of my tech help free template, for example. I like to build my own menus like this, right? Customer list. See this? Customer form. I don't like the built-in navigation forms, so I'm going to spend a little time showing them to you, but I don't personally use them. All right, what else we got under here? More forms. There's this thing called a multiple items form. That looks like this. All right, let me close this field list. We'll talk about the field list in the next lesson. All right, this is the multiple items form. Now, it comes in pretty big. I'm going to just resize one of the rows like that. All right, like that. Another name for this is a continuous form. You'll hear this called a continuous form in Access speak. Now, I use continuous forms all the time, but I don't build them this way. Again, I don't really use the wizards that come in Access. I like to build things by hand. Here's what my continuous form looks like. I think you'll agree this looks a lot nicer. Okay? So again, I don't want that. Close it. Save changes. No. What else we got? Create. More forms. All right, we got a split form. Split forms are okay. Split form gives you the layout view on top and then a spreadsheet view down here on the bottom. It looks like a table. And you can move through the records this way. Again, I don't particularly care for this. I don't use it myself. I like taking my continuous form and making it so you can double click on a customer and it opens up the customer form. That's how I like to build them. And again, I cover how to do all of this in the videos that come with the Tech Help Free template. I'll put links down below if you want to go watch that now. But I will cover this throughout the entire course, throughout the series of these classes. All right, you will learn it. I just go over it faster in the template video. So again, split forms, not my favorite. I don't usually use those either. And the last option in here, modal dialog, that's for making little pop-up windows, usually to give some kind of warning or some kind of information or to get a few bits of data from the user and do something else with it. Again, I don't use these. I will show you how to make modal dialog boxes, but we're not going to use this more forms option. Okay? So that is a quick tour of all the different kinds of form building buttons that are in here, all the different ways you can build a form. All right? Except the one way that I personally prefer, and that's by using form design. So that's what we're going to cover in the next video. Form design lets you get in here and actually position all of these elements exactly where you want them, resize them, move things around, and so on. We'll talk about that next. In Lesson 11, we're going to learn the right way to build a form using Form Design View. This is a preview of a lesson that I normally used to cover in Level 2. We'll learn about creating a blank new form, setting the record source, adding existing fields from the table to the form, resizing objects, your labels and your text boxes, and changing colors. Okay, this lesson is new for beginner level 1. I used to cover this stuff in beginner level 2. But I said to myself, I don't often use layout view. I almost never use it. So I'm going to teach these people from the beginning the right way to build a form. I want to show some people, like I said, that aren't planning on doing much with Access, just how to get in there and build a quick form. That's what layout view is for. That's what we covered in the last lesson. But today, in this lesson, I'm going to show you how to use design view to build forms properly. Now, I've been working with Microsoft Access since version 2.0 came out in 1994. So this was the only method available at the time, and this, I think, is the best method for building forms. It's a little more complicated, but stick with it. I'm going to repeat this a couple more times. I am going to still spend a lot of time in level 2 going over form design because designing forms is very important for your databases. All right, so consider this like a sneak preview, a short version of what I'm going to cover more of in level 2. So let's build a form the right way, our customer form. All right, so create, form design. Now, when you do this, you get a blank form. The first thing we have to do is tell the form where you're getting your data from, because a form can get its data from a table, and we may have multiple tables in here, or a query, and again, we could have multiple queries in here. So open up the form's properties. Now, where these two ruler bars meet, right in this corner there's a little block. See that little block right there? Double click on that guy. That'll open up this property sheet. Okay, I'm going to resize it just a little bit. Doesn't have to be that big. Okay, now on the All tab, the top property is called Record Source. Set the Record Source property to the customer T. That's saying this form is going to get its data from the customer table. Okay, that's all you have to do in the property sheet. So close the property sheet now. Now we're going to add fields to our form. All right, so on the Design tab, over here in the Tools section, find Add Existing Fields. Click on that. That opens up this thing called a field list. All right, since the form knows it's getting its data from the customer table, you see the fields that exist in that customer table. All you have to do is click and drag these fields off of the field list onto your form. Watch this. Click and drag and drop, and that's it. When you drop the field, you get a text box and a label. All right, remember that from the last lesson. So when you get the next field, like first name, click, drag, line it up with the text box underneath there, and drop it there. All right, see that? Now, if these don't drop exactly where you want them, you can click and drag to move them around. Make sure you leave room for your label, because if you go too far, it'll squish your label up there, so you don't want to put it right up against the edge. All right, click and drag. All right, you could drag either one, the label or the text box. Get them right up next to each other, just like that. Okay, you can resize these guys by clicking on them. Then you see the little border around there. All right, if you move to the corner or the edges, you see the little double arrows. You can click and drag and resize the labels, or you can click and drag and resize the text boxes. All right, the customer ID doesn't have to be that big, so I can make that smaller. All right, first name can be a little bit bigger. See that? All right, ready to get last name? Click, drag, drop. Usually I like to drop it, and then I'll move it over here and get it in position and then resize it like that. Okay, you can change your labels like we did in the last class. Click, all right, and just hit the space bar, last name, right, customer, space, ID, that kind of stuff. These are just labels. They're just for display. Okay, now you can move them all individually if you want to, but if you want to move a block of them, let's say you want address, city, state, zip, and country all together. Click on the first one, hold down the Shift key, click on the last one. That selects that whole block. All right, now click and drag that whole block and drop it there. See that? Now I realize I forgot company name, so click, drag, and drop company name. See? You may decide you don't want company name. All right, delete on the keyboard. Just delete it, just like that. See? Slide address over here. All right, address can be bigger. You may decide you want city, state, and zip all on the same line. All right, so slide city over there like that. City can be about yay big. Now I want state next to it, so I'm going to delete the label for state. Click on the label, hit delete. See that? If you delete a text box, the label is also deleted. But you can delete just the label, and it leaves the text box behind. Now I can move state up here like that, resize it, and then zip next to it, see? And you can make these exactly as big or as small as you want. And then country can go underneath that, like so. Okay, resize country. Now these are just slightly off. See that? These go out to about there. These don't. So I'm going to select all of these. Watch this. Click and drag a box that just touches those. Now I've got address, zip, and country selected, I can now resize all of them together. See that? Watch that right there. See? And there's all kinds of layout tricks I'm going to show you over the next couple of classes. All right, city, come in here, click, right? Go, comma, state, comma, zip. Just like that. City, state, zip. And the label. Okay. All right, let's save this form where we're at right now. Control S, save. Let's call this customer F. All right, there it is. I'm going to close it and then reopen it. Okay. Look, I got all this empty space in here. All right, let's get rid of that and make it just this big. So how do I do that? Well, right-click on the toolbar right here and go to, excuse me, that's the title bar. Right-click on the title bar. The toolbar is this guy up top here, the quick access toolbar. All right, design view. Now come out here where the edge is. See that edge? Click and drag. That's the actual width of the form. That's what this ruler dictates up top there. And I'm going to scroll down and find the bottom of it and slide that up. See that? Slide it up just like that. Make it fit exactly how big you want it to be to fit these fields. All right, now save it, close it, and then reopen it. See? You can have just the information on here that you want. You don't have to have all the information. In level 2, we'll build a nice, big, pretty customer form. All right, just like this one I showed you before, this guy here. Very similar. Okay? Again, this is just a quick preview. All right, back to design view. Right-click, design view. Let's add a little bit of color. All right, click on the background of the form. Come up top to format. And here you can change the background color of the form. Let's go light purple, like that. There you go. Or maybe light blue. Light blue looks better. Like that. I like to stick to the standard colors. We're going to talk about theme colors and standard colors in a future class. But I like to stick to the standard colors. Because the theme colors can change if the user changes the theme. All right, that's a pro. It can also be a con. It can change. It can make your database look like you don't want it to look if someone changes your theme. All right, you can also change the label colors. Now I'm going to select all of them. I'm going to come right up here in the ruler bar, click and drag. That's going to select all of them. See what I did right there? And now I'm going to change the foreground color to black so they're more easily read. And one more thing I like to do, since the customer ID is an auto number and it can't be changed, I like to make that gray background like that. That just visually signals the user, hey, you can't change that. All right, save it. Close it, open it back up again, and there we go. Look at that. It's already starting to look really cool. Okay, now this is just, like I said, this is just a sneak preview. We're going to spend a lot of time in level 2 going over form design. Most of level 2 is form design. I'm going to show you lots more tricks on how to make this look professional. But over the past, I don't know how many years, I've been saying to myself, you know, level 1, I really should show them at least the basics of how to use form design, because I don't really use layout view myself at all. There's a couple of tricks that I do with layout view, but that's it. 99% of the time when I'm working with forms, I'm in design view. So I figured I got to show the beginners that. We're going to do more with this in level 2, and we're going to be building lots and lots of different kinds of forms. Contact form, order details form, products forms, all kinds of different forms over the course of the course. All right? So I hope you learned something there. In Lesson 12, we're going to learn how to make a couple of different customer reports. We're going to build a simple customer report with one customer at a time. Then we'll make a customer list report where we can see all of our customers listed, one per row. Then we'll make some mailing labels, and we'll only send mailing labels to active customers. And we'll learn about different things like paper size, margins, printing, and so on. So far, we've learned how to build tables, queries, and forms. Now, reports are very similar in design to forms. However, reports are designed to be presented to someone who's not using your database. You can print them out. You can send them as email attachments. You can do lots of stuff with reports. Forms are used for entering and editing data in the database. Reports are used for taking that information and displaying it for someone else. Creating a report is very similar to creating a form. First, we pick the table or query that has the data in it. Then we click Create. And then over here, you'll see the Reports section, right? Tables, queries, forms, reports. Now, just like forms have lots of different ways you can build forms, so do reports. There's lots of different things you can do to build reports. Here we have the simple report designer. This is where Access pretty much just takes the table or query that you're pointing at and just makes a report for you. And you get some options, but basically Access does it for you. Then you have report design, which gives you a blank report and lets you start from scratch. This is actually my preferred way to build reports, but we'll cover that in future classes. We're just going to do some simple reports today. Blank report sets up the report for you and then lets you go ahead and move the fields around in layout mode. There's the report wizard. I actually like the report wizards. I don't like a lot of the wizards, right? Some of them are good wizards, some of them are bad wizards. The report wizard's a good wizard. I like the report wizard. I'm going to show you the report wizard in a few minutes. Then we got labels for making mailing labels and such. We're going to run through this too. Let's start with just a simple report. All right, so again, click on Customer T and then click on this first one here that's just report. Okay, now Access throws together a basic report for you. I'm going to maximize this guy so it takes up the full Access window. Now this looks very similar to that multiple items form that we looked at earlier, right? The continuous form it's called. If you scroll down, you'll see all your different customers down here. And you can scroll to the right. This is a multi-page report. You'll see there's a couple pages here. Okay. Up top here, you'll see the title. You can double-click there and change it if you want, right? PC Resale Customer List. Press Enter. Over here, you'll see the date and time. Now, normally for forms, I don't bother putting date and time on there. But for reports, you might want to know when this was generated, right? This was printed on this date. If you don't want the time there, click there, press Delete. It goes away. Now, just like forms, reports also have different views. You'll see the views are over here. And if you drop this down, right now we're in report view. Print preview is the one you're going to want to pick the most. Print preview will actually show you what this is going to look like when you print it. All right, that'll give you the best view of that report. All right, down here you can use the navigation buttons to move between the different pages. Okay, now this isn't a very good report. It's not very well formatted. Like I said, Access just throws together a real simple report for you, but yeah, it's not the best. All right, I'll show you how to build a better one in a minute. All right, when you're done with print preview, click the Close Print Preview button over here. That'll put you back into report view. All right, there's also layout view and design view. We'll talk more about design view in future classes. This is where you can get in here and actually edit the fields and the labels and all that stuff. But again, remember, this is beginner level 1. We still have our training wheels on, right? I can't show you everything in one class. It's coming, don't worry. All right, come back up top, click on design, because for some reason when you go into design view, it puts you into page setup mode. Don't worry about that just yet. Come back over here and go to report view. Okay. Report view is the best way to view the data in the report on the screen. Okay. Layout view is you can come in here and resize these columns or resize the rows. Okay. Now, I don't particularly care for this simple report that Access put together. So I'm going to hit the close button up here. That'll close this report. Do I want to save changes to this? Nah. That's okay. I didn't like it anyways. Let's make the same kind of report, but I don't need all of those fields. I just want a simple customer list. All right, so this time let's use the report wizard. All right, the report wizard lets you pick what fields you want, what layout you want, all that stuff. All right, so base it on the customer T. Now, if you drop this down, you can see you can pick any table or query. This is one of the reasons why back when I started using Microsoft Access back in like 1994, all right, it didn't say table or query next to it over here on the left. So you didn't know if this was just customers, you might have a table called customers and a query called customers, and you didn't know which one was which. So that's why I personally started using that TQF naming system, and it just stuck with me. It just works. Plus, when you later on when you get into macros and modules and you do some VBA programming, it's handy to know if you're working with a table or a query based on the name of it. All right, so I'm going to just pick the customer T here. Now, what do I actually want to see on the report? Let's do the customer ID. How about first name, last name, company name, and phone number? So just do that. See that? You click on the field over here. You click on this little button. That brings it over there. If you don't want it, you click on the button to send it back. That's for all of the fields, and that's to bring back all of the fields. Or you can double click on something on this side. See that? Okay, but that's all I want to see on this particular report. All right, hit next. Now, it's going to ask if you want any grouping levels. You can do something like group the customer list based on state. All right, so all your New Yorkers show up first, and all your Pennsylvania people show up. We're going to talk about grouping levels and sorting levels and all that stuff in future classes. Again, training wheels. We'll get there. All right, next. You can add a sorting level if you want to. All right, what do you want to sort by? Let's sort by last name and then by first name, ascending. All right, now, if you have a sort in a query, if you base this report on a query, this sort will override it. Okay, but if you're based just on a table, this is your only sort. All right, next. All right, what kind of report do you want? Tabular, this is the one we just had a minute ago that Access threw together for us. It's like a continuous form, a multiple items form, right? You get every record, one per row. Columnar, or columnar, however you pronounce it, right? That looks like our single form. We have the labels and the text boxes, and you'd have one customer per page, for example. There's Justify, which kind of looks like an invoice, right? For this, I'm going to pick tabular, and I'm going to go with landscape. So it goes this way instead of that way. Okay? Adjust the field width so all the fields fit on a page. Yeah, that's kind of nice, because remember the other one was kind of spilling over into 3 pages. There's a limit. I mean, obviously you can't put 700 fields on one report and expect it all to fit. Okay? All right, next. What title do you want? Let's call this the customer list R. It's my list of customers. Do you want to preview the report or modify the report's design? Let's just preview it. And I'll hit finish. And there it goes. See, now that's a good wizard. I like that wizard. It put together a pretty nice looking report. All right, notice my mouse is now a magnifying glass. All right, I can click to zoom in. There's your first name, last name. Customer ID kind of came in there weird. I don't know why it's in that order. All right, company name, phone number. Down here on the bottom left, you'll see the date. Over on the right, you got the page. You can also use this guy here to zoom in and out if you want to. If you have multiple pages or whatever. Okay. Let's get this customer ID out of here and move it over here to the left in front of last name. Now, normally, I'm going to cheat again. Normally, I wait for level 2 and 3 to go into design view. But like I did earlier with the customer form, let's go ahead and sneak ahead a little bit. Close the print preview. All right, let's go over to design view. Okay, I'm going to take this label and this text box and slide it over here before last name. Okay, now notice in design view, there's different banded sections. All right, forms have them too, but in reports, they're a lot more prevalent. Detail is where all your details go. Page header appears at the top of each page. Report header appears once at the top of the report. Then you got the page footer at the bottom of each page and a report footer, which right now is not in there, but you can put stuff at the bottom of each report. Those are the different sections of a report. And again, this is just a little sneak preview. I'll cover all of this in detail in future classes. But right now, I'm going to take this text box, watch this, grab the edge, click, drag, and drop it right there on top of first name. See what I did there? Now I'm going to take, that's last name, sorry. Now I'm going to take first name and slide it over to the right, just like that. And take last name, or first name, whichever one this is, slide it over to the right. See that? That's how easy it is to move things around in here. Now we got to do the labels too. The labels are on top. So take this, click, drag it over there. All right, now I'm going to do click, and then shift click on that one to select them both. And then click and drag them over to the right. See? All right, save it. Let's close it. And I'm going to open it back up again. But if you double click on it, it opens up in report view. I don't like report view. Report view to me, I like print preview. So I always right click and then print preview. You can see what it's actually going to look like when you print it. And yes, in a couple classes, I'm going to show you how to make a main menu form with different buttons on it to open up your forms and reports. And we'll have stuff open right up into print preview. Okay. Now, one more change I want to make. Look at that. Customer ID is kind of chopped off there. And numbers tend to line up on the right side, whereas text lines up on the left. So let's change the ID. Let's rename that just to ID, and we'll make this all aligned to the left. So one more time, close the print preview, right-click, design view. Okay, I'm going to change this label to just say ID. All right, just like that. And let's resize this guy like that. And I'll go to Format, Align Left. And we'll do the same thing with the text box. Watch this. We'll do Align Left. See, now all of this stuff should line up to the left. Save it. Close it. Right-click. Print Preview. There we go. And I apologize. My recording software is a little box, so I got to right-click. There, you can see it's down there below the access window. Print Preview. There you go. And that looks a lot better now, doesn't it? ID, and then you got that stuff right there. And I'm going to show you all kinds of cool tricks in future lessons. How to turn off these alternating bands if you don't like that gray band. Grouping levels, all kinds of neat stuff. All right, let's close that. Okay, that was kind of fun. Let's make another one. Let's make a single report where we've got a bunch of data for each customer, one customer at a time. Okay? Let's click on Create, and then Report Wizard. I like the Report Wizard. It's a good wizard. We'll pick the customer T again. You could pick a query, remember. If you want, just customers from New York or whatever you want to appear in this report, you can set up a query for it and then base it on that. All right, but I want the customer T. It's got all my fields in it. All right, let's do customer ID, first name, last name, company name, city, state, zip, country, and let's add phone number, and how about notes? Okay, just those fields. All right, next. Do you want to add a grouping level? No, that's okay. Next. All right, what do you want it to look like? Sort by, let's go last name, and then first name. Next. Let's do columnar this time, so we get the labels and the fields next to them. And next, what name do you want? This will be my customer R, my customer report. And then preview, and hit finish. And there we go. Now you can see I've got one customer. There's Joe Jones. All right, scroll down. There's the next customer. See, Susan Jones. And then, okay, page 1 of 8. Go to the next page. And scroll back up here. There's the next customer. Again, I don't like the customer ID aligns to the right and everything else aligns to the left. So let's close the print preview. Click on customer ID, format, and then align left. And again, I don't know why it keeps putting it down here. Let's do this. I'm going to draw a box that touches these. See that? And then click and drag it up to the top. And then click and drag a box that touches those and drag these down. That's how you can move these things around in design view. And we'll be spending a lot more time on this design view in the next level, in level 2. All right. Hey, and while we're in here, let's highlight these like that and bold them. See that? Save it, close it, right-click, print preview. Look at that. There we go. There's our single customer report. Okay, scroll through. There's page 2, page 3. Notice my notes, right? They take up a lot of space. Page 4. People always ask me at this point, can you make it so you get one customer per page? Yeah, absolutely you can. You can force a new page after this section. I'll cover that in a future class. That involves getting into some more advanced stuff. But it is possible, yes. Some other things you can also modify in here once you're in print preview. Go to size right here under page size. Here's where you can change the type of paper that you're dealing with. Letter is the most popular, but if you're dealing with legal paper, there you go. That changes it to legal, or A5, or an envelope, or whatever else you want to pick. I'm going to go back to letter. You can change the margins if you want. There's normal, wide, narrow. Right? If you go to wide, you can see what that looks like. See, got more room around the page. You can set custom margins if you want to under page setup here. All right, and I'll talk about all of this in upcoming classes. Here's where you can change from portrait to landscape. Okay. You can export reports in different formats. You can send them to Excel. You can make a text file. PDF is what most people do. Just click on the PDF or XPS. XPS is Microsoft's type of open document format, but everybody pretty much has PDF. Okay, so just pick PDF, give it a file name, pick where you want it to go. There's standard or minimum size. If you're sending it to someone by email, usually minimum size is fine. Standard if you're going to be actually printing it and you want high quality. Okay, I'm just going to hit cancel. You can also email it as an attachment. You can send it as a Word document. You can do all kinds of stuff up here. All right, let's close this one. And let's make some mailing labels. Now, the boss says, I want to print out mailing labels for all of our active customers. Not everybody. If you remember from our customer table, we have a field in here called is active. Some of these people are no longer active customers. Maybe they're deceased or they moved out of our area that we service. So I don't want to waste money mailing to those people. So what do? How do I make a report to print labels to just the active customers? Well, whenever you want to do any kind of criteria like that, what do we use? We use a query. Okay, just like this customer from New York. Remember this guy, right? We have a query down here, a criteria that says New York. So let's make a query that has only active customers in it. So let's go to Create, Query Design. We're going to go to Tables, bring in our customer T. I can close this now. All right, bring in the fields that you want for your mailing labels. So I don't care about customer ID. I want first name, last name, company name, address, city, state, zip, country, and then I need is active. Now for is active, I'm going to come down here in the criteria and I'm going to say true. That means only customers that are active will show up in this query. If I run this query now, look at that. They're all the active customers, and I'm only seeing 13 of them. Whereas if I open up the table, there's 16 total. So I got 3 inactive customers that will not show up in the mailing labels. Now, do you have to sort this? No. We'll handle the sorting inside the report. All right. So let's save this. I'm going to call this Customer Active Queue, my active customer list. I like to keep all the customer stuff starting off with customer, right? That way it's all grouped together. And again, I try to keep my tables and queries and stuff singular instead of saying customers active. It's just later on, it just becomes less confusing. You don't have to say to yourself, well, was that customer active or customers active? Okay. All right. So our query is all set. We have a query with just active customers. Now we can use this to make our mailing label report. So let's go to Create, Labels. Okay. Now, the wizard creates standard labels or custom sizes. First thing is to find the manufacturer of your favorite labels, whatever types of mailing labels you've got. Okay. I personally use Avery labels, and Avery's kind of one of the most popular manufacturers. So even the third party, the knockoffs, and the other brands, they usually have an Avery compatibility number. Okay. I like 5160s. That's where you get 30 on a page, right? It's 3 columns, 10 rows, 30 per page. All right. Of course, it might change English versus metric. Sheet fed or continuous. Sheet fed is like inkjet and laser printers. Continuous or dot matrix printers, where it just keeps sucking them in. Or you might have a continuous label printer, like a Dymo label printer. Okay. And yes, you can create custom labels. I do have lessons on that. That's a lot more advanced, though. But find your label type that you want. All right. Hit next. Okay. Font size, font weight, text color. I'm going to stick with all the defaults. Okay. If you make your font size too big, you might get fewer lines on the label. So don't think you can go 20 point in here and get 5 lines on there. Okay. 8 point is usually good enough. You don't want to go too small either, because then sometimes the post office might not be able to read your label. Next. Okay. Now we're going to set up our prototype label. Basically, we pick the fields over here and we arrange them on this prototype label how we want them to appear on the label itself. So first, bring over first name. Double click, or you can click that button there. All right. Now, between first name and last name, what do I want? A space. So press the space key on your keyboard. Now bring over last name. All right. Time for the next line. Enter. Press enter on your keyboard. All right. People always miss that step. All right. Company name. Now, if company name is blank, it won't put a blank line there. It'll just squeeze out that empty space. It's kind of neat. Okay. Enter. Address. Enter. All right. And now we got city, space. Sometimes people put a comma there. I don't. State, space, zip, space, and then country. If you have a larger label or you go with a smaller font, you could fit country on the next line. But this usually works just fine. And remember, I leave United States. I'm in the United States, so I leave U.S. customers blank, so it doesn't print a USA there. That's one of the reasons I do that. Okay. Do I want is active on the label? No. Just leave it over here. All right, ready? Next. Okay. What fields would you like to sort by? Now, if you're doing bulk mailing and you're printing thousands of these, you get a bulk mail permit, you get a discount, you might want to sort by zip code and then address. So all your stuff is properly sorted as it's printed. I'm not going to bother with that, so I'm going to sort it by last name and then first name. Okay, but this is where you control the sort. You don't have to do it in the query. All right, next. All right, what name do you want? We don't want that. We want customer mailing label R. All right, all singular. Again, that's my preference. You can name it whatever you want. No spaces. Again, I emphasize no spaces in your object names. Trust me. If you do decide to get into development and you get into programming, you will thank me then for not having spaces. They cause so many problems. All right, finish. Let's see the labels as they will look when they're printed. Finish. All right, now, this is a popular error message that comes up. All right, almost all the time. It says some data may not be displayed. There's not enough horizontal space. The wizard sometimes makes the width of the label just a little bit too wide. And this happens all the time. I get tons of emails from people about this. Just hit OK. It still looks fine, doesn't it? It looks just fine. But that error message still pops up. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Close this. Now, if you go back into Print Preview, right-click Print Preview, you still get that. Okay, how do we get rid of that? All right, go to Design View. Take this edge right here, this little tiny edge, and just click it and drag it in just a teeny tiny bit. Like even that's sometimes enough. Save it, and let's go back into Print Preview again. Let's see. And if not, yeah, if not, just eat off just a little bit more. This, I think, this is a long-time access bug. Let's bring it in just a tiny bit more. And maybe slide these over a little bit, like that. They'll still fit just fine on the labels. Right-click, Print Preview. There we go. But it gets rid of that stupid error message. And these will still print just fine. Okay. So there's your mailing labels, right? And now when you're ready to print, you just come over here and click the Print button. I'm not going to do it because I don't want to waste a sheet of paper. But that's that. Now, I have to give you my laser printer talk at this point. Notice how I've only got half a sheet of labels that are going to print. All right, so I got a bunch down here, like, well, I got the 4 times 3, 12, 13. So I'm going to have, 17 blank labels on the bottom down here. Now, if you have an inkjet printer or a dot matrix printer, you can ignore this. If you're using a laser printer, okay, you do not want to feed a sheet of labels through a laser printer more than once. Why? Because laser printers use heat when they print. They basically sprinkle on some toner, and then the heater bakes the toner onto the page. Okay? That heat tends to cause the glue behind those labels to soften. And if you run the same sheet of labels through that laser printer and it keeps getting repeatedly heated, those labels have a tendency to then peel off inside the printer and get stuck to the rollers. I've personally had this happen to me and a couple of my clients. And it's expensive to have your printer taken apart and have those labels peeled off. You're better off just buying a new printer. So if you've got a laser printer, don't feed your sheets of labels through more than once. If you print a lot of one-off, like single labels, I do highly recommend the Dymo label printers. I've got lessons on how to use those with Access, in fact. I've got a free one on my website. I'll put a link down in the link section below, how to print to a Dymo label printer. They're pretty cool. Right? These guys, these little printers right here. Okay? And this video will show you how to use them. Okay, so let's go ahead and close that. And there we go. Now we've got a couple of different reports in our system. We can also print or mail to people. So we covered a lot of stuff today. We learned how to build a table, how to build queries based on that table with different criteria. We built a customer form to edit and enter data on the screen. And we've got a couple of different reports that we can print out. Thank you for watching Microsoft Access Beginner Level 1, brought to you by AccessLearningZone.com. Again, I am your instructor, Richard Rost. Let's take a few minutes and review the concepts covered in today's class. We learned about Access database terminology, what is a database, why you should use a database, the benefits of Access, and the parts of a database, tables, queries, forms, reports, and more. We learned about planning our database, planning it out on paper, what kind of tables you should have, the different fields for each table, and so on. We learned about the Access interface, creating a blank database, and how to turn on overlapping windows. We learned how to build a customer table, including different data types and fields. We learned how to enter and edit that data. We learned about the different kinds of sorting and filtering options. We built a few different customer queries to display the data from our tables in different ways. We built a customer form using Design View so that our user has a nice, friendly interface for entering and editing data. We're going to do a lot more with this in Level 2. We built a few different customer reports, including some mailing labels. What's next? The next course in the series is Access Beginner Level 2, and you can find it on my website for just $1. Level 2 is over an hour and 20 minutes long, where we spend a lot more time building forms in Design View. You'll learn a lot more about manipulating form objects, form formatting, using themes, fonts, and colors, working in Layout and Design View, and lots more. Now, today is June of 2021 as I'm recording this video. I am shortly going to begin re-recording Beginner Level 2 as well. The version that's on my website right now is for Access 2010-2013, but all the stuff in that lesson is just fine whether you're using 2016, 2019, or you have a Microsoft 365 subscription. However, when the new Beginner Level 2 is finished, you will, of course, get a free upgrade. That's the rule for all of my lessons. If you buy Expert Level 1 or Expert Level 15, whenever I record the next version of that class, you get a free upgrade. But pretty much all of the stuff that I cover in Beginner Level 2 is the same. They haven't really changed the beginner stuff much. I'll give you a more in-depth look at what's coming up toward the end of this video. Once again, if you have any questions, please feel free to post them on the student forum, which is right at the bottom of the website that you're on now, if you're on my website. If you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and post your questions there as well in the comments section. I check those about once a week, whereas I check my website daily. And of course, feel free to post your questions in my Access forum. Don't forget to stop by the Tech Help page and check out those videos too. I try to put out at least 3 or 4 new ones every week, and there's lots and lots of stuff that I've already covered. Now, the only way I can make my courses better is with your feedback. So please, please, please visit my website at that page there, the survey page, and fill out the survey for this course. How do you like it? Did I go too fast? Did I go too slow? Did I cover enough material? Let me know what you thought about today's class, please. Be sure to subscribe to my blog, follow me on Twitter, and of course, find me on YouTube. Now, as a quick preview of what's coming up, I've got lots and lots and lots more Access classes available. I am currently in the process of re-recording all of these, just like I'm re-recording Level 1 that you're watching right now. This is probably the 4th time I re-recorded this class. You got to do it every couple of years because things, minor things change. But all of these classes are just fine from Access 2007 all the way up to now. It's 2021. The rest of these classes are just fine. In Beginner Level 2, we do a lot more with form design, working with the different properties of the form control elements. Beginner Level 3, we go back to tables, and we do a lot more work with tables, learning about the different field sizes, number types, data formats, input masks, default values, validation rules, and lots more. Level 4 covers things like indexing, backing up your database, compact and repair. Level 5 covers lots more with queries, including multiple criteria, parameter queries. That's where we can have Access pop up a little box that says, what state do you want this query to run for? All right, type in New York, and then boom, you get New York. Level 6, we get into working with pictures. Level 7 is where we build that custom main menu form. We get something that looks like this. All right, we can click on different buttons to open up different tables and queries and forms and reports. We'll learn how to build a continuous form and then make a button so you can scroll down through the different customers, click the button, and open up that customer. Level 8, we get into combo boxes. A combo box is where you can pick a value from a list of options, like pick the state from a list. And lesson 9, we start tracking contact history. So you got customers, right? Every time you talk to a customer, you might want to track that contact history. So we'll make a second table, and we'll start tracking that stuff. Then we can build a contact history for each of our customers. And that's just the beginner series. Then we got the expert series, which goes into a whole lot more stuff. The expert series starts off teaching you about relational database concepts, relating multiple tables together. For example, it's where you have a list of drivers and a list of cars, and each of these drivers is associated with each of those cars. That's one example. You can do customers to contacts, customers to orders, vendors to products, all kinds of different stuff. I'll show you how to make queries that relate multiple tables together. Customers, lead sources, shipping information, lots more. So that's a little preview of what's coming up in the next couple of classes. I've got hundreds of hours of different Access classes and seminars and templates and all kinds of things on my website. But what's next for you is Access Beginner Level 2. Now you can find Level 2 on my website. It's just $1. And I'll put a link down below that you can click on, and you can get that, and you can continue learning. Thanks for watching Access Beginner Level 1, brought to you by AccessLearningZone.com. Once again, my name is Richard Rost. I hope you learned something today, and I look forward to seeing you again in Level 2.